Hello and welcome everyone to another episode of the WeAreDevelopers Live Days. My name is Bena and I'm happy that you all joined us today. Actually it's the track 2 of an already ongoing live day of the Women in Tech Day, and on this track we also invited some really awesome speakers. But before we start with the first one, quick info on our event page on wearedevelopers.com/live. You can scroll down and get a chance to win one of 2 tickets for the Power of Female Art Festival. It's just a small form, name, email address, push it, and you're good to go. Also, during the talks, feel free to interact in the chat to your bottom right this time in Swapcard. Interact with each other and also submit some questions if you got any for the speakers. But during these interactions, as usual, please be nice to each other and respect each other as we have a code of conduct. Here's a short video about it. And let's kick off track 2 of the Women in Tech Day. Our first speaker is Senior Developer Advocate at Elastic. She also worked at an investment bank where she specialized in front-end web dev and agility. And in her spare time, she likes cooking, photography, drinking tea, and also chasing after her little son. Very welcome, Kali.
Hello, thanks for having me. Hi, everyone.
Hello, Kali. Thank you for joining. I'm good. Thank you so much for asking. I hope you are also good.
I am well, thank you. Yes, great.
Awesome. So, Kali, before we kick off our track with your talk, would you mind telling the audience and me a bit about what we are going to learn from you today?
Yes, so I'm going to be talking about public speaking in tech today. So I'll talk about the reasons we tend to not do it. I'll talk about how you can get started in terms of things like CFPs and things. And I'll talk about why you should do it and what benefits it can give to your career.
Awesome. So you are training the next speakers of our live days. Perfect. Thank you so much for that. And then I would say, before I steal any more of your talking time, the stage is all yours, Kali.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. So yes, as I said, we're going to talk about public speaking today, and all the reasons why you should do it, all the reasons why we tend to not to. And I'm actually going to leverage my own personal experience to make it seem really relatable, so that hopefully next year it will be yourself standing at WeAreDevelopers in place of me. That's the goal of today. But first, I want to briefly introduce myself. So here we go. My name is Carly Richmond. As was said, I'm a senior developer advocate. We are going to be answering questions at the end of the session today. So if you have anything about any points that come up in the points I make, if you have any questions about career progression or anything, any question at all, please do add them into the section and I'm happy to answer them afterwards. But if you think of something after the event, which happens to all of us, I'm available on X, I'm on Mastodon, I hang about on LinkedIn as well. And I'm also at carlyrichmond.com. So don't be afraid to come and ask me questions at any time. But first, we're going to talk about glossophobia. So glossophobia, I'm sure you've already kind of guessed what glossophobia is. It is the official scary name for a fear of public speaking. So a fear of public speaking is actually a very prominent thing generally. When I was doing research for this, I found that there was tons of different numbers floating about depending on things like the country in which the study was conducted. But I did find one UK study from 2022 that said that approximately 23% of Brits have a fear of public speaking, so just under a quarter. But the other thing that was interesting about this particular study was they identified 802 genetic markers associated with the fear of public speaking. So part of fear is your genetics. It can be factors such as your age, your gender, your ancestry. But if we think of fear generally, be it fear of speaking, fear of the dark, like we had when we were little, they're all our body's natural response to a potential situation where we might end up, in trouble or under threat. And it's the same thing in the animal kingdom as well. So one of my favorite quotes about public speaking comes from a stand-up comedian called Deborah Francis White. And she talks about the fear of public speaking being the fear of being eaten. So it's that kind of idea that you are the gazelle as the speaker, standing in front of a huge audience, in this case, a crowd of hungry lions, and rather worrying about the fact that you're going to necessarily be eaten and be taken out, and there's a survival element. It's more the modern day equivalent. It's fear of rejection, fear of being embarrassed and looking like you don't know what you're talking about in front of peers and superiors. And it's a very natural reaction to have. It doesn't matter whether you're talking to, like I am right now, talking to my mic and my webcam. If you're talking in front of a huge stage, it's a very normal reaction. And no matter how long you engage in public speaking for, including myself, who's been doing it for just about 4 years now, you're always going to feel nervous, and that's okay. It shows that you care. It's your body's natural reaction to it. But taking all of that kind of factor aside, there's a ton of other things that stop us speaking that really shouldn't. The first one is the fact that we tend to carry the past bad experiences of speaking with us as baggage. So we might have situations maybe from school, maybe from university, maybe from even your work experience, where maybe a particular talk didn't go right. Maybe you didn't get the point across that you wanted to say. It might be simple things like maybe you had a technical malfunction, or maybe you felt you were shaking too much, or maybe you were worried about particular words that you were using, such as and it didn't come across as very effective. Or maybe you had repercussions from it that you weren't too happy about. Part of life is having bad experiences. We've all had them. And the thing that makes us stronger is the fact that we overcome them. Yes, I've had tons of bad experiences of speaking in my time, and those don't go away. But what the difference is that I don't stop at putting myself down for future opportunities. Because the reality is, in a lot of those situations, it was more of a voluntold situation, as I like to call it. It's where you're told, oh, this would be really good for promotion, or this would be a good opportunity for you. You have to do this. And you don't feel like you have control. Meanwhile, if you're stepping forward and saying, I am going to do this because I want to do this, you'll tend to have a better experience with it. The sad thing is as well that education in public speaking and oratory is not that common, sadly. So we are talking to people from all over the world potentially today. And I'm coming from the Scottish school system, which is slightly different to the rest of the UK. But public speaking and oratory when I was at school, or even when I was at university, it wasn't necessarily the speaking that I was getting the opportunity to learn. I wasn't getting feedback on things like my stance, my speed, my posture, how well I engaged with the audience. What you tended to be assessed on instead was the knowledge and the research that you'd done in order to present. And the sad thing is that without education, like any other skill, is something that we are going to continue to struggle with. The next thing is sometimes we feel like we've missed our shot in a lot of situations. My particular situations, I didn't start really trying to engage in public speaking properly until 2020. Probably not the best year to start doing speaking in person. But I did it because I felt like it wasn't too late. For a long time, I'd been put off by all sorts of different things. And I thought, I just don't have time for this. It's, I've missed my shot. This is really something I should have done at the start of my career. And the reality is, if there's something you want to do later on in your career that you didn't get the opportunity to do at the start, there might be other complexities, maybe around your family situation, but the reality is it's never too late to start speaking. And it's something that you can do small and incrementally and practice as you go. One of the biggest problems that I really struggle with, and I hear from so many women and so many people actually, with regards to fear of putting themselves forward to speak at a conference or a meetup, is that they don't see a role model that they can identify with, that maybe matches their gender or their background. And that can make it very difficult to feel like you will be included and you're in a safe environment when you start speaking, because it's a lot to put yourself out there and stand in front of a group of people, that pride of lions that we talked about before. And my background, really, it made me think that for a long time, I wasn't the kind of person that people wanted to hear from, that people wanted to stand up and speak. Because I came from a very corporate background in a tier 1 investment bank. And they had loads of events like town halls and things where we would regularly have, prominent executives or heads of technology talking about what was going on in the company. But they were all consistently, predominantly white, sadly, not always, but predominantly. And normally they were wearing kind of the stuffy polyester suits. That's not me for several reasons. Firstly, I don't have a corporate style when it comes to speaking. I'm pretty chilled out. I don't make a big deal about and filler words and things like that. And I tend to wave my hands around a lot. The other thing is I don't look like that. Okay, I'm wearing a blazer today. I used to wander around the tech floor in sundresses. So it makes you feel like you stick out more than you should. In the tech industry and a lot of the meetups and conferences I go to, I see a similar situation. It's not suits this time though, it's jeans and hoodies, but it's predominantly white men as well. And again, that can make you think, you know what, I can't do this. I shouldn't be on that stage. It's not the domain where I fit. And I am here to tell you that that is not true. The fact of the matter is that I have scoured and found all sorts of different people, men, women, non-binary, different backgrounds, different races, different styles and colors of hair. And all of these people are able to be really that kind of support for you, that person that actually can go ahead of you and say, you know what, I am that person. If you don't see someone like you on this today, firstly, I'm going to apologize profusely, but that means that you can be that role model. You can be for me or for my son or for the other kind of many people in your life, the next set of interns that you're working with, all these individuals. You can be this person. You can be that person that's going to inspire them and say to them, you know what? You absolutely can speak because I am exactly like you. One of the biggest issues that I also see when it comes to confidence in public speaking, particularly for women, is the idea that we're not technical enough. This is the most annoying construct that I have ever heard in my whole 10 plus years of working in tech. The idea that we're not technical enough. The idea that if we haven't written code for a while, that we've lost it, that it's a skill that we can't gain back. And I'm here to tell you that that is rubbish for several different reasons. Firstly, not every role available within technology, within the tech industry, is centered around writing code. Let's think about a few of them that still contribute to the software ecosystem. I'm talking about things like designers, which for a front-end engineer, having some knowledge and some guidance on effective design principles is an absolute godsend. But think about other things. What about architects who are probably less likely to be writing code, but maybe more involved in the design and construct of software systems? What about project managers? What about testers? What about product managers? What about sales? All these other factions that belong to technology are part of our ecosystem. But they're not going to stand up and talk about code, and that's A-okay. The other thing is, if you've had a break and you want to talk about a technical topic, you can worry that maybe you're a bit rusty. And it's scary, like if you come back from 6 months plus of leave and want to raise your first pull request. You can absolutely panic and think, uh-oh, no, I can't do this. I absolutely can't do this. What I'm saying to you is that you can. Maybe you're going to have to do your research, but you have to research a talk ahead of time anyway. It's absolutely okay. Even if we park that notion of technical, we need non-technical both within talks that cover code and nitty-gritty foundations, as well as other topics like leadership, like DevOps, like testing that we might not consider to be super duper in the details. Because think about the perspective of a conference organizer for a moment. One, if they have every single talk being just slides and slides and slides and slides of code with no respite and no break, people are going to probably fall asleep. To be quite frank, sometimes these rooms get warm. And actually, if you're building a topic covering things like live coding or frameworks and things, it's natural to take breaks, to ask the audience questions, maybe to talk more about the practical implications as to why we do something. All of these kind of factors. The other thing is for them to have a balanced agenda, they're going to have tracks that cover other topics. Look at the agenda for WeAreDevelopers today. We're talking about things like, leadership and conferences and all sorts of topics from the fab speakers that I am privileged to join along with today. And other conferences are the same. They'll cover topics around agility, around leadership, around testing. They'll cover horror stories of things that didn't work and, use cases. And these are the kind of things that you can share because you are a cup of knowledge. It's not just about all of the kind of nitty-gritty details, as I said. It also can be about things like sharing your experience. And certainly that's how I started. Your work and life experiences together give that context that's different to a talk that someone else might give on a similar topic. And it's weird to admit that you might be a person that has knowledge. You might think, oh, wow, what I know is everyone knows. And I'm here today to tell you it's not, because I've thought about it for a long time that, what I knew wasn't novel. And it took actually an intern telling me, look, I've learned a ton from you. Thank you so much at the end of their placement. Because that made me actually take the first jump, take that first step in my road to becoming a speaker. And my first step, it did take a bit of courage, absolutely. But I'm here today to say that if I can do it, you can do it too. There's all sorts of different topics you can talk about, different conferences that are accepting different themes. And I'm saying that there's a place for you to be that lion that is strutting through the conference proud circuit and sharing interesting things. So let's talk about how we learn to speak. Let's talk about tools and practical things that can actually help us. First thing, to be honest, is it doesn't have to be speaking to start with. And you might think this is the weirdest things like, Carly, you told us you were going to help us with speaking today. But remember, we also talked about the confidence and the potential knowledge gaps that you're worried about. And it might be that actually maybe not speaking at a huge conference tomorrow is where you want to start. Maybe writing is where you want to start because it allows you to share your knowledge, maybe in a less in-your-face way. It can allow you to potentially see what people think through comments, which, to be fair, in a lot of forums, you can switch off. And certainly that's the way I started. So off the back of that feedback from that wonderful intern, I decided to start writing. I did check with my work first. I still worked at the bank this time and I went, can I do this? Is this okay? And yes, it was. So I started writing. And there was a couple of things that I thought about when I started writing. Firstly, I started on a forum. I didn't want to worry about having to build my own website and my own blog. I was a busy person at the time. So I started on Medium. Would I recommend Medium today? Possibly not, because of the paywall rules. So they were introduced probably about a few months after I started, and they did hit my readership a bit, to be honest. But there's other forums as well you can use, things like dev.to, HackerNoon. Maybe you want to be brave and submit to another publication like InfoQ that might have a more fixed review process. But you can start on another forum. You don't need to have your own blog to write. You could even use social media, write pieces on LinkedIn, perhaps. You could start internally. Maybe you've got an internal blogging platform that you can use, and then you can start externally. It's more about building up those muscles of sharing and being able to do it. And from there, I did actually eventually branch out into my own blog, which is why you saw carlyrichmond.com in my bio info at the start. And I still write there regularly. Initially, I tried to have more of a regular cadence. when you have a 4.5-year-old running about the house and you both work full time, that can be a bit more challenging, but I still try to write there occasionally. And the fact of the matter is that helps me branch out and talk about topics that are, passionate, important to me, and showcase, my learnings and different styles along the way. The next thing is sometimes we need to use other resources. Workshops are a good one. They can be difficult to find, but I've certainly found that if you're on the lookout for workshops, that generally they are there and they can help with things like writing abstracts. They can help with finding conferences. They can help you with getting speaking practice as well. So I was engaged with workshops a little bit, but now I tend to be more on the trying to help out when I can. Part of the reason why I'm talking to you lovely people today. So look out for things like workshops on how to prepare and build a talk. They might be in your own company, for example. Certainly large corporates have training on presenting skills and things where you can try and do this. It might be external communities. So I'm a member of both the Aspiring Speakers and the Aspiring Women Speakers, which run sessions online, things like speaker clinics, things like Couch to Conference to try and build confidence for people, and also lightning talks occasionally as well, so you can get an opportunity to practice. But there's other ones that will come and go. So my first ever workshop that actually gave me the bug to say, I can do this, was in fact Global Diversity CFP Day. It's sadly not there anymore, but it was sessions that were run across the world where we worked on how to write our first abstracts, how to find topics. And we also talked about, the things that you think about like Q&A, some of which these learnings are in this talk. The other thing is mentors are important. I know it sounds weird to say, but I don't think we leverage mentorship enough for soft skills quite a lot of the time. My experience of being an engineer and even now as an advocate is that we tend to seek out mentorship for, trying to help navigate promotion processes to get that next big promotion, or for other things like, technical skills again. We can use them for speaking too. And in fact, it was a mentor of mine that was pivotal and is probably part of the reason I'm still here, still speaking and still talking to you people today, lovely people today. Because Jim helped me with a lot of things. Jim would review abstracts. Jim would address any fears I had around being a speaker, the same things I've been talking to you about, knowledge, about presence, about role models, all those kinds of things. And he made it seem like I could do this, which I can and I am doing. And he also introduced me to communities that could help me out. And that's one of the most important things. A lot of the skills that we learn as technologists or people working in the tech industry generally, they're not necessarily always found from our day-to-day, building out stories, doing those designs, facilitating whichever meetings we're doing, being the Scrum Master and making sure the board is up to date. Community really can help us because we can find people that are on the same stage as the journey, so it's relatable, and it means that we can talk in confidence about the things that are scaring us. But we can also find things like bounce topic ideas off of each other. So if you're a member of a meetup group at the moment and you have not had the courage to speak, have a chat with the organizer. Meetup organizers are always looking for people to volunteer to speak. It's a bit of a hard gig trying to find speakers a lot of the time. I know this since I run Elastic London. But it's absolutely an opportunity. And I'm pretty sure if you ask, they will probably be able to offer you similar help, mentorship and support that I talked about before that I received. But check out those meetups on meetup.com. You can come along to the LGC and speak. We run virtual sessions as well as in person in London. You are always welcome. Look for those speaker groups. So I've talked about Aspiring Women Speakers and Aspiring Speakers before. They're run by RecWorks. But there's also an international organization called Toastmasters. It's nothing to do with tech. It is about public speaking specifically. But they do have more of an organized corporate style program compared to the ways that I've learned, which is why I've never engaged with it. But certainly a lot of large corporates, like the bank I used to work at, had a Toastmasters program. And if you go on their site and have a search in your city, I'm pretty sure you will find a session that you can go along to, get some practice and get an opportunity to speak and to learn from other people that are at similar points in their speaking journey. So we've talked about tools, but in addition to that, we need a rough plan. We need to see what the road ahead looks like to us with regards to speaking. And my general advice is you need to start small. Think about any software that we're building working in tech today. We don't just kind of start rushing in, coding and saying, you know what, I'm going to build an entire distributed cache system today. I mean, you could try, but I don't think it's necessarily going to work. We try and break it down into smaller pieces. We try and distribute it across the team. We try and bounce ideas off of each other. We do proof of concepts. We invest time in investigating particular technologies. And speaking is exactly the same. Because speaking is kind of like climbing a mountain away. You're probably sitting at the moment saying, well, Carly, you said this is super easy. We can all do it. But there's still an element of a big journey to climb. You're not going to say tomorrow, oh, I'm just going to go down to the nearest conference center, get up on the stage and start talking at people. You're not going to do that. It's probably going to be a very uncomfortable situation and you might end up not speaking again. But if you take it in small steps, one step at a time, you will be able to do this. So the first way that you can try and take your time and do one step at a time is consider the length of the talks that you're going to give. So that can be from a simple lightning talk that's 5 minutes, which is actually quite hard if you think about it, because the idea of speaking to a time is something with new speakers that's pretty hard to do initially, because you want to say all the things, but you obviously have to keep your idea very specific. So try that 5-minute lightning talk, do your slides, prepare, time it, and see if you can do that to a forum and then build up from there. So as you build up further, if you go to 10 minutes, you go to 15 minutes, you go to 20 minutes. When you get to 20 minutes, for anyone who's from a JavaScript background, that's the typical time for a lot of JavaScript conferences. A lot of our JavaScript full-time conference talks are sitting around 20 minutes. Keep going, 25, 30, 35, 40. If you get to 40, you're at WeAreDevelopers. This is the 40-minute slot plus Q&A at the end. Then if I keep going to 50 minutes, I'm at DevOps UK. That's a 50-minute slot, okay? So it's just about increasing the time, because what you'll find is every time you do a talk, you'll be super nervous, you'll feel it in your stomach, you'll get the butterflies, you might have shakes, you might be talking very quickly, but if you keep going, it tends to ease off. So building up that tolerance is key. The next thing is think about the forums in which you get to speak, because ones where people are maybe not the pack of lions staring at you might be a good way in as well. So if I think about it, I had to do presentations as part of my job as an engineer when it came to sprint reviews. So I was the front-end engineer, which meant a lot of the time I was demoing the new features at the end of the sprint to users, because we would always have a demo as part of that review. Now, what would happen is I would be sharing my screen. We were all hopping on a conference calls because this was before video calling was really a big thing. And I would be sharing my screen, showing the features as I go. And I would actually have notes next to me that would say what particular things I needed to cover. And that is a form of presenting. It can be conference talks, it can be demos, it can be lunch and learns in your work. It's all about finding a forum to start and build up on and increase things like the number of people, increase the pressure, increase the time. So from these phone reviews, I ended up doing a lot of online sessions through the pandemic, through LGC, and then through these speaker groups later on, doing a lot of lightning talks and then building to longer slots. I then did my first in-person meetup, which was terrifying because it introduced me to peripherals such as microphones and things that I didn't really think about. But I survived, and then I made it on to full large conferences, including this wonderful conference today. But it's also around the topics. We talked about the idea of being technical enough and the idea of thinking about topics that we're comfortable talking about. I didn't start by talking about nitty-gritty technical things. And I don't always talk about nitty-gritty technical things. It's part of my job as an advocate, certainly, but I started off talking about tech learning. I just came back from maternity leave when I started wanting to do speaking, and that was what I knew about at the time because it was based on my own experience. And then because I came back and I had a lot more Scrum Master responsibilities when I came back, I started talking about topics on agility. And I used my experiences to present case studies of things that had worked and not worked for our team. And that led me into meeting wonderful people at Lean Agile conferences, one of which Lean Agile Scotland has an open CFP until Monday. And then there's also technologies and frameworks. So when I transitioned back into being an engineer again, I started talking about things like behavior-driven development, started talking about end-to-end testing, Elasticsearch, and all these other things I was using. And there's always going to be the next mountain to climb because your journey is very, very personal to you. And sometimes there's things that you're not comfortable talking about. Or particular formats that you might not be comfortable talking about. So one prime example that even me, who's been speaking for 4 years, thinks of is for a long time, I didn't want to do the format called Ignite. So it's a format where basically your slides auto-rotate every 15 seconds. So you end up speaking for 5 minutes. So the 5 minutes wasn't the problem. I've done plenty of lightning talks. The thing that was scary to me was the fact that I didn't have control of the clicker. That was the bit that was terrifying. And I did my first one of those last week. And you know what? It went pretty well. So I'd be quite happy to do another one of those. So just think about what the next logical step is. Just formulate that rough plan in your head of maybe the types of events that you want to do, maybe the topics you want to start with, and form your own journey to build up your confidence. Because otherwise, you'll end up with bad experiences, as we said, that might stop you speaking again. But we need to talk about CFPs, because this is your main route in the majority of cases. CFPs, call for papers, or sometimes called call for proposals, is where a conference or occasionally a meetup, it is rare, but it happens, ask for submissions for talk ideas. And this is your opportunity to register interest in speaking at a particular conference. But CFPs, when you've never done them before, are scary for several different reasons. First thing is, you might not be sure if your topic is the right fit. You might look at all the tracks on the particular site for the conference and think, I'm still not 100% sure that I fit. The other thing is, every conference is different. They all have different formats. Some of them do 5-minute lightning talks, some do ignites, some do full talks that are 20 minutes, some do full talks that are 50 minutes, some do tools in action, which is 30. That can be really intimidating to try and figure out what type of format you want to submit to, as well as things like the track that we talked about, and also what the level might be. Is it beginner, intermediate, or advanced? The other thing is you might not know what to put in what section because they all have different formats that make it unclear. And then the other thing about these CFPs is sometimes you're not sure it's a good conference or it's a conference that you get a good experience from, that you might be supported at. And sometimes that can be difficult to find out. So firstly, we're going to talk about finding forums, how you find these opportunities to speak, because it's a little bit all over the place. So first thing is word of mouth. If you have colleagues that have been to a particular conference before, or you have a mentor that knows the conference scene, ask, talk to them. Find out what conferences they like, that they've enjoyed. If they're a speaker, talk about the ones that they've had good speaking experiences with. That's A-okay. Second, meetup.com is the place for the majority of meetups on the internet. So searching for local meetups if you're not a member already, and finding opportunities to maybe ping the organisers and see if they'd be happy for you to come and speak. Or even you can probably register to go along first to an event and see what it's like. Meetup.com is your friend for that. And you can find community and connections and expand your network that way as well. You can try frantic Googling. Sometimes it has worked for me and sometimes it hasn't. But there's no harm in trying. You can try Sessionize, which is the portal. In fact, the WeAreDevelopers CFP is on Sessionize. That allows you to search for events, often aligned to things in your profile, like your particular experience, your technologies of focus, your skills, and also your location. And also if you have a preference for things like virtual events, etc., that is a good place to search. And certainly I do have submissions on there. And then you can also do things like Tech Daily CFP email blast, or find your next tech conference, or sites that you can find out when regular conferences are happening, because not everyone uses Sessionize. Different conferences will use things like Google Forms, for example, is very common for JavaScript and DevOps days. Some even have their own portals. Everything is different. And then there's also the wonderful Orly Vash has a lovely conference list where she shows agendas for prior years as well. So if you're looking to see, I'm not sure if my topic fits, then that's a good place to look as well. So you've now found the conference that you want to speak at, and you've decided to submit to call for papers. What do you put in it? Well, there's a few things I recommend, which are the ones that I've asterisked on the slide. And there's a couple of optional things that I recommend, but it's not the end of the world, particularly if you're a first-time speaker. So you can have a title and make sure the title is clear and succinct. Don't worry about, trying to make it sound super catchy, because you might end up with a title that doesn't explain what your talk's actually about. The abstract should be maybe no more than 3 or 4 sentences. And in fact, some conferences might have a character limit on the form, so look out for that and tweak as you need. Talk outline. So what are the key bullet points that you want to talk about? What are the audience going to learn? Who are the target audience? Have you thought about who it is? Because that can help you when it comes to preparing later. Think about the format. So what length of talk is it? Is it a workshop rather than a talk? Is it beginner, intermediate, or advanced? What track does it fit in? All those kinds of things. And then slides and sample video. So slides, if you have them, great. If you haven't built the talk yet because you've never given it before, don't stress. They're optional. The sample video, you don't need to put in either. You could just say you're a first-time speaker. But even if you have a video of a lightning talk that you've done before, or even a podcast or something like that, or even if you've been making your own videos and tutorials on YouTube, all those are valid. It doesn't have to be a full-length conference talk, and it doesn't have to be the same talk that you're submitting for at the moment. So I have one example sitting on here, which is for a conference called DevOps UK. And I've picked this one because it's very different. The WeAreDevelopers actually maps very well to the sections that I put there before, but this one doesn't, which is why I want to show you where to put things. So you see it's got a title field, that's pretty standard. You'll see it's got tags as well. So if you have particular technologies or particular tools or techniques or themes, such as agility or Scrum or something, fit those in as tags. You'll probably need to select the track, the session type, and the audience. Most forms will have something like that. But you'll see it's got this weird thing called an elevator pitch. And that is very specific to DevOps. But the general gist of the elevator pitch is why you should give this talk. Why should it be you standing there? What is novel about what you're going to say? And then there's also the notes section, which means that, see, the target audience, the key takeaways, they go in notes because there's no other obvious place for them. So don't worry too much about the fields that are there. Just make sure you're adding in these things. Slides and video obviously have dedicated fields for, but if they didn't, I would put it in notes. But also if there's anything else that you want the committee to know, if you're a first-time speaker, for example, put that down as a note to the committee. If you need sound or any other allowances, put that down, because if you don't, they won't know how to help you. And then you'll probably start to feel nervous because, it's a big moment. You're submitting your first CFP. So what you're going to do next is you're going to hit the submit button and run away. The best advice I ever got from the wonderful Helen Scott. And then after that, it is a bit of a waiting game, but one of 3 things will happen next. Either you'll be celebrating because you got accepted to your first conference and you're super excited. It might be a no. And in that case, ask for feedback. It's not always that the talk is not relevant or interesting. Sometimes it's as simple as they've received multiple submissions for similar themes and they needed to pick one. And sadly, sometimes, although it is getting a bit rarer these days, as I've found, sometimes some conferences have such high volumes of submissions that you might not hear back. And that's okay too. But once you've got that conference accept, you do need to prepare. Being an effective and charismatic speaker doesn't mean that you can just jump on a stage and say anything and not worry about it too much. It normally means as a speaker that you have prepared what you're going to say. So build that deck, dig out the Figma designs, plan out your live coding session, whatever it is you're going to share, get it ready. try running through several times and build out speaker notes. Now, I used to build full scripts. I don't anymore. And that's a-okay. So I prefer bullet points because it helps me tick off as I go what things I need to cover. But everyone is different. The thing that I would warn you though about is don't use PowerPoint as your notes. The audience should be focused on you primarily and the slides secondary. They should be a support for you. They're not the thing that's going to distract you, as Deborah Francis White is saying here. So make sure for your talk that you have clean slides, minimize the amount of bullet points you have, utilize things like diagrams, only put essential code on there if you're talking about code, and use pictures and have fun with it. Doesn't need to be super sticky and formal. You also need to practice, and there's a couple of things that I recommend for this. As strange as it sounds, just try talking to yourself. This morning, when I was doing my trial run for this session here, I literally stood in the same spot I am just now, with my slides up, talking to myself, and my neighbours probably thought I was a bit weird. But it's fine because it helped me get the talking points in my head and it made me feel comfortable that I was prepared. You can record yourself and watch it back, but it's a bit creepy because you don't sound in a recording the same way that you do in your head. But it is useful because you can see things like your speed, you can look at your tone, you can look for things like filler words and maybe other things that you're not comfortable with in your style that you can try and practice. But one exercise that did help me, as uncomfortable as watching yourself back is, was comparing with a friend. So she watched it, I watched it, and then we came together and prepared notes. And what you will find is the things that you worry about in your presentation and delivery will be different to theirs because there's things that they'll let go that you won't. And they'll probably have more positive things to say, especially if you're like me and you're a bit of a pessimist. So let's say you've given that talk, okay? You've done it, fantastic. And then you think, oh, what about Q&A? So I'm here to prepare you for this. Check with the organisers. Every conference is different. WeAreDevelopers today does have Q&A. I'm cool with that. Some don't though. Some include Q&A as part of the talk slot. So you could hypothetically run to time and then say to people, come and speak to me afterwards. Some do have dedicated Q&A, but if you talk to the organisers, if you're uncomfortable, they might be able to give you some support or some help. But if you do give Q&A, there are things you can do to prepare. So firstly, maybe ask friends if you've done trial runs with friends and they have particular questions that they asked you. Those could be questions that the audience might ask you, so research those. Think about what they might ask and anticipate it in advance. But after all that, if you are standing there and someone asks you a question that's, I don't know, just say, I don't know. Or, I don't know, but I'm happy to follow up afterwards. Come and chat to me. Or DM me afterwards and we'll see if we can figure it out together. I don't know is one of the best answers sometimes because don't fake it. Don't try and come across and make up the answer because you might get caught out and it might get awkward. Just keep swimming. Just keep trying. Keep going. Okay? Since that first ever lightning talk, I've spoken at a lot of meetups, a lot of conferences, and I've met some wonderful people. But you're probably sitting thinking about the why, because clearly I enjoy speaking, and if it's something that you're not necessarily enjoying to start with, you might wonder why bother. It opens doors when it comes to your career. It gives you opportunities and exposure that you don't get if you're just sitting, doing your work 9 to 5 and then going home. It helps you connect with community. It helps give you opportunities to show off your skills in other ways, because without speaking, I wouldn't have written articles for places like InfoQ. I wouldn't have been on podcasts, which are great fun. And also, I wouldn't have had the portfolio of content that would allow me to apply for my job as an advocate. And I initially wasn't comfortable. I thought, I don't know Elasticsearch. I've never used it before. Why would I apply for that role? I thought about what Helen said. So I did the same thing with the application. And I ended up with the job at Elastic because I had a portfolio of talks and content that showed what I knew and what I could do. I'm not saying it's been smooth sailing. I've had setbacks. I've had times when talks don't work, when things go disastrously wrong. And every time that happens, I still feel like that gazelle in the savannah about to be eaten by the lions. but I'm still part of the pride and I'm still speaking and enjoying it. And I'm sure that you will too. So here are the resources. I'm happy to put these out on social media afterwards. Otherwise, DM me if you would like them. And with that, I want to say thank you so much. We have time for Q&A now, so I'm happy to hear your questions about public speaking, about CFPs, about career, anything at all. Feel free to fire them in.
Kali, hello again. Thank you so much for the talk. It was really awesome. It was also, I think, a very good talk to kick off a track like this.
Thank you. It's very cool.
And I'm sure you've taken the fear away from some of our viewers regarding speaking or application. You're totally right. It starts with the application, not the speaking itself. And that's like the first step to manage. Really loved it. So yeah, you also talked about Q&A. I would say we jump into a quick one if you're ready. So Kali, you are a developer advocate.
Yes.
So I mean, we sometimes have developer advocates at our live days, but the question comes up pretty often: what exactly is this? What is like your typical work day if something like that exists?
It's a good question because, to be perfectly honest, when I started working in tech, I'd never heard of this term, developer advocate. Like, what is that? Even when I started applying for these jobs, I wasn't 100% sure because, as I've found over the past couple of years, there's a lot of variety. But generally, developer advocate is, in simple terms, I'm a developer that speaks and shows content on how you can do things with a company's products, preferably the free stuff. So I work at Elastic, which means I do a lot of stuff with Elasticsearch and some DevOps things as well. But a typical day for me is actually quite varied because I have days where I'm at a conference where I'm the person that chats to you who's standing at the booth, answering your questions. Sometimes I'm up giving a talk like this. But if I have a day at home, which is very common as well, it's about writing content. So I might be writing blogs. I might be building code samples of how to do things. I tend to chat with other advocates. So there's things like mentorship and support, particularly as you progress up to senior levels. So I'm pretty much, my ratio compared to being an engineer is I do write, actually in some instances, more code. It depends on some of the roles I've had. But it's definitely about being able to code, being able to write and convey knowledge to help developers out. That's what an advocate does.
So very various tasks, like really.
Yes, I mean, I do all sorts of things. I even answer questions on the discussion forums as well. So, which is one of the nice things. It's a very varied job.
So also like kind of a customer support, but like not customer, but developer orientated.
Yes, developer oriented. So for example, if you're not wanting to raise formal support tickets and you're just wanting to chat about how to do particular things, I will be the person that's in there kind of hoping that your question, either answering your question or helping other developers to get your question answered. Yes.
Awesome. That sounds very awesome. Thank you so much for answering the question, Kali. And maybe let's circle back a bit. We now talked about your current role and what defines it. Maybe would you mind sharing a bit with us how you got interested in tech at the first place and how you started to get interested in development and software development?
Yeah, absolutely. So my route into tech was partially inspired by a role model. So I have an older sister who is 11 years older than me. And her first job was working in tech, but she was working more on the infrastructure side. But she was also, I think we all can relate to this, she was IT support for my parents. So whenever there was an issue with their computer or their printer or whatever it is, she was the one that was coming over and trying to fix it. So I spent a lot of time with her seeing what she was doing with computers. And I thought it was pretty cool. And then later on through high school, I started getting to do some coding. And I quite liked more of the software side and being able to build something. And I liked being able to solve a problem in a practical way, particularly since I've always loved things like maths and sciences. And from there, that informed my choice to go to university to study computer science, which I did at Glasgow. And then from there, I went and was applying for internships. I started applying for internships in 2009, 2008, that time, when the financial crash was happening. And because it was dominating the news, I actually got quite interested in finance. So the idea of working for a bank and building software with that kind of knowledge domain was quite interesting to me. So that's how I ended up getting my first job. I got an internship at a bank, and from there I got an offer on to join their graduate program. And from there I got into tech, which was pretty cool.
Awesome. I understand the part with like being the tech guy in the family when I'm at home. Hey, Bene, since you are here, would you mind taking a look at what?
Yeah, especially if you're like close by. Like I live farther away from my family, so I have less calls to be IT support, but it does happen occasionally. So
Yeah, maybe on holidays, like Christmas or something. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they'll pack things up for Christmas so I can help.
Like the grandchildren are getting presents from grandma and grandpa, and you get the tech questions. Perfect. All right. So now that we talked a bit about your early days, do you maybe have any tips for people that want to start out now in tech? And maybe since it's the women in tech, they more specifically for females to start out, where they can get like guidance, like from people like yours, where like what are the steps to take when you want to start out as a
Sure. So I think the best way I found to start out is just start building things and playing with code and trying things out. And even then, it doesn't necessarily. I think we put across a preconception. It's always got to be a developer job. If you're interested in something else like design, or there's definitely roots in tech for that. So I research what particular roles are out there that might align with your interests and your skill set. If it is coding or it is design, then I would consider building out like little prototypes to show what skills you have. Maybe try and look for online courses on particular forums. So there's things like Code Academy, there's Pluralsight, there's things all over the place where you can learn different technologies. And then from there, put those sample projects somewhere visible where people can see. And a lot of the times when I've had progressions, it's been because I've been doing things outside of the traditional day-to-day that really people have found cool because I've shared them. So make sure it's on a public GitHub where people can share and see what you can do. Add them onto your CV, because it's not just about your day-to-day responsibilities. So if you do that meetup talk, if you write that little POC, if you do make open source contributions, I'm sometimes a bit wary of that, but that can be quite useful for building a career. Get your name out there and show what you can do. And also look for mentors to get help and guidance in the domain you're looking for, because they can give you targeted advice on particular skills to learn. And don't be afraid to reach out to people. People are generally, in my experience, very willing to help and very willing to give advice. So don't be afraid that you're going to be wasting someone's time. Feel free to ask those questions as well. And just, if a job looks interesting, but you don't hit every single bullet point, every single requirement, like I had with the Elastic job, but you have some of it and you think you can prove that you have skills and useful things to bring, then by all means just hit the submit button and run away. Because the worst thing that happens is they're going to say no, but they might say yes.
Yeah, and with like job descriptions nowadays, the people that hit all the check boxes are pretty rare, if not, if they exist at all.
And then there's some jobs sometimes where they say you have to have X years in a particular technology, despite the fact that it's not existed for that period of time. So take them with a pinch of salt, absolutely.
Well, that can happen, of course. We now also got the specific question. I mean, you just talked a bit about it, but I just want to read it aloud to you. What helped you to find your way and to choose your next step in your career? I'm not sure about what to do next.
I get that. I still have points to this day where sometimes I think, what am I going to do next? Sometimes you might have a really big plan. They talk about 2 and 5 year plans and things. Sometimes you might have an idea of where you want to go. Sadly, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. My general experience of this is that sometimes when I'm in those situations where I don't know what to do, sometimes people will come with opportunities and say, this will be great for your progression. Just sit, ask questions about it and don't feel like you have to take that opportunity, particularly if you're things like moving projects. Sometimes this happens a lot. But if your gut feeling is that this isn't what you want to do, listen to your gut. Because I've had a couple of situations where I've taken roles that didn't quite work out the way I expected. But if I'd listened to my instincts at the start, I wouldn't have taken that role. And I think the other thing is always just be on the kind of open, look at job descriptions, talk to people in your organization and find out what they're doing. Because if things sound interesting, that might help you carve out a path to a particular role. Because we're always so obsessed with the career ladder and going up and thinking, oh, the natural progression from developer is to manager. And it's not always like that. It's a bit more of a climbing frame or a jungle gym where you kind of hop up and down and try different things. So be open to opportunities, but also listen to your instincts because they'll keep you right.
Thank you for answering this. After talking at conferences and so on, I think you are already one for other people, but do you have yourself role models, something like that? Some people you looked up throughout your career and said, hey, I want to achieve things like they did?
Absolutely. So certainly I think about, obviously I mentioned some quotes from Helen. She's been a big mentor and a big role model and influence to me. So people like her, Trisha G, Angie Jones, they're all fantastic people I see in the industry that are doing amazing things. Also, I think about people like Nicole Ferguson, who wrote the DevOps books, and people like Jean Kim, because I love their books. They're very relatable and they're very knowledgeable and very, very interesting. But I also think about other individuals like Tim Berners-Lee, all the amazing things that he's managed to do through his career. And also, I keep finding role models. Like I watched the Hidden Figures movie at Christmas. I'm very late to the party on watching that movie. Obviously, you have people like Katherine Johnson and things in there who were absolutely fantastic mathematicians. So you will have particular role models that you see now, but there'll also be others that appear later. So I have a few now, and I'm sure I'll find many more.
Of course. Thank you so much for this answer as well. Talking about your career, the tech industry is male dominated, I would say, in a lot of ways. Did you find some like points where this was very obvious to you, and how did you navigate around this to get where you are now?
So it's something that became apparent to me on my first day of university, actually.
Okay.
I walked into my first computer science lecture. It was over 100 people, and I just saw men everywhere. And I was absolutely terrified. I was probably about this close to walking out of the lecture theatre. But a funny thing happened. There was a woman, Gillian, who was standing next to me, and she kind of saw me and she went, wow, there's not a lot of women in here, is there? And I went, no. She's like, do you want to sit together? And I went, yes. So absolutely. I've worked in teams where I'm the only woman, or sometimes there's only one or two. I'm lucky now that I work in a team that's dominated by women, which is really nice. And is probably the first time in my time that's ever happened. The thing that keeps me going and makes me feel included is finding allies and connections of women and men and others alike that all want to kind of work on cool things and want to build an inclusive environment. So connecting with those people is what keeps me going through tech, even when it gets hard.
Awesome. That are very beautiful words. So thanks for that. Maybe as a closing question, do you have, you told us your resources and everything for the talk, but do you have, I don't know, books, YouTube channels, blogs that you can recommend to young female developers, for example?
So if you're looking, so I have a few books depending on what things you're interested in. So if you're looking for general software engineering best practices, the software engineering book by Dave Farley is very good, and I recommend that. If you're interested in things like DevOps, I recommend the Phoenix Project, because that is quite amusing as well. For people that are looking at particular language ecosystems, I'd look at the Effective series. So there's Effective for different languages, or Advanced books for particular programming languages that can help you learn those. I'd also check out things like Pluralsight and all the kind of coding classes, and YouTube has videos everywhere of people doing cool things with technology. So definitely check those out. And also be open to reading texts that maybe you wouldn't necessarily expect. So if anyone's interested in engineering management, for example, or even if you want to know how is effective to be managed if you're starting out, I recommend Managing Humans by Michael Lopp, or a book that's on my to read list that I've not read yet, but it sounds amazing, is Engineering Management for the Rest of Us by Sarah Drasner. So just get out, get reading, because there's so many cool things out there.
Yeah, maybe confront yourself with things that you don't know yet. It's you'd be surprised. Kali, thank you so much for the awesome talk. Thank you so much for the Q&A. It was a blast having you today, and I hope to see you on another live day, maybe.
See you again. It'd be great.
All right, then. All right, and we jump to the second speaker of the day. She's DEFRA lead at Open Geospatial Consortium. She has 15 years of experience in data science and data engineering, and she also contributes to free and open source projects. Very welcome, Joanna.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you confirm you can see my screen?
Yes, not yet. Can we bring the screen of Joanna up to...
Good afternoon, everyone. In the meantime, I just want to say that it's a pleasure to be here, to have this opportunity to share the International Women's Day with all of you, and with these amazing speakers that have just spoke before me. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. So first of all, I would like to say a few words about myself. I've been a data engineer and data scientist for the most part of my life. I did a PhD in GIS, which is short for Geographical Information System, and I've been working in the intersection between geospatial and technology, really, in the last years. So I've worked in very different environments, so big companies, large companies, startups, a little bit in academia as well. And I also lived in different European countries. As Ben mentioned, I'm a contributor to free and open source projects. So I've made some modest contributions to some projects that you can see below in the slide. And I'm also very enthusiastic about open source and the open source community, which led me to become an OSGeo charter member. So OSGeo is, for those who don't know it, is the Open Geospatial Foundation, and it deals with the geographic information systems or software that supports geospatial information, and also with other things related to it, like open data and open education. Currently, I have a developer relations role at Open Geospatial Consortium, so it's a very similar role from the previous speaker, from Carly Richmond, and I'll speak also a little bit about that. So what I would like to do in the next 40 minutes or so is to share with you some experiences from my path in the tech industry. So I started with fairly technical roles, which I think it's not uncommon for people that start in the tech industry. So you need to, in a way, to prove yourself, to show that you can that you understand the topic, and then later on, I drift into more what I call like mixed roles. So roles that also have a component of tech, technical knowledge, but they also include other skills, like which we can call soft skills. So these this can be different things. It can be education or training. It can be leadership, managing projects or managing people, for that matter, and also entrepreneurship. So it's a combination of skills that are actually complementary to the technical skills. And I've seen more than one person talking about these skills today in their talks. So I think it's very important that we consider the technology as not just pure tech, but other things that are around it are also important. I have to mention that quite early on my career, I started also involved with becoming involved with the tech community. So this means participating or attending events, both online and offline, and later on speaking at those events or taking more preeminent roles in these communities. And I think that was actually quite important in fueling the transition that I had from pure tech roles to more mixed roles. So I'll talk a little bit about that later on. So I'll start with the pure tech roles. So I work for many years as a developer, a software engineer, and a data scientist. And I would like to share with you some of my experiences during those years. So this is just a disclaimer. This is my personal experience. I did not do a study about that, but this is what I observed. And for what matters, I work in many different organizations and across different countries. So one thing that I noticed was perhaps this is not a surprise for you. So there were not many women working along with me in these teams. But the few women that I encountered, they were very, very supportive. So sometimes I talk with my female peers that don't work in technology, and they tell me that they sometimes they find women to be competitive, or they don't appreciate working with women. They prefer to work with men. I've heard that more than once. Actually, I had a totally different experience. So the few women that I found, they were very, very supportive, and actually they were also extremely smart and bright, and probably this could be related to the fact there is uh, a strong selection. So if you are not what is demanding from you is a extremely high technical level. So if you cannot reach that, then sometimes many people are encouraged to leave and to switch to different roles. So the ones that I found, they were like on the top of their game, so to speak, and they had other characteristics or that made them very, very resilient to stay in those roles. So I have an extremely positive experience from work with other women. In terms of appreciation, so in the work environment, so did the management appreciate what I was doing? Did they give me did they praise me? Did they give me opportunities to evolve, to move to different roles? I found that I was, normally very appreciated. So they would give me responsibilities. They would take into account the things that I was saying in terms of decision making, but they were keeping me on a certain level. So they were not really. I did not really have so many opportunities to evolve, to get promoted, to take new challenges. So I was sort of kept in a kind of a position where I was, I was valid on that position, but I didn't see ways of evolving. And this was something that really disturbed me, or that I didn't enjoy. And the solution that I saw, and I have seen many women doing that, is if I wanted to migrate to a different role, let's say to a leadership role, or to a role that was involved like going up in the career ladder, the solution that I found was to take up a new job in a new organization. So it was easier for me to actually go out of the organization and apply for a new role than to evolve within the same organization. And that's really sad for many reasons. One of them is related to some things that I heard already today from the other speakers, which is you are not technical enough, and the need to prove yourself. So very often when you, as a woman, when you arrive to a new work environment, you need to prove yourself. You need to prove that you are up on the top of your game, that you know what you're doing, that you are technical, that you can do things. And to be honest, I did not see the same level of demand with my male peers. So as a woman, you are expected to have you are expected to show more and to prove, even if you have already a background, even if you have experience from your uh, from your studies, from your previous projects. That doesn't matter. You still need to go through that process, and obviously this is very very exhausting. It can be really exhausting, and especially if you are moving jobs a lot, uh, then having to start all from scratch, it becomes even more of a problem. So it can also result in something like the imposter syndrome, because you're always feeling like you're not good enough for the role. You are out of place, and that's having like an impact or negative consequences ultimately in your health. So I'm not going to talk a lot about the imposter syndrome. I saw it mentioned already in previous talks. I think it can affect everyone working in tech for that matter. But if you look at the statistics, it's disproportionately affecting a large number of women that work in technology. So the other things that I noticed were related to what I said before, that there was an appreciation from the leadership, but then this was not really communicated outside the team that I was working, the project that I was working, and this is related to a lack of visibility. So I was doing things. Probably I was not like worried also in at that point in communicating what I was doing. I was not paying attention to that, but no one else was also taking that into account and making sure that the job that I was doing, if they appreciated that, it was known. And I think it's important to talk about this, because if you're not visible, if people don't know what you're doing, even if your managers appreciates you a lot, and the rest of the people won't know about it. And if I think I want to also mention that this is a problem of everyone. So if we're not doing anything, we're persisting the problem, we're persisting these kind of situations. And there are some people that have the opportunity for their position and for the particular moment in which they have the opportunity to support you, and they choose not to do it. Sometimes not, not because of a bad intention, but just because they don't, they're not sensitive to the problem. So sometimes because they are worried about other things. Regardless, I mean, they don't support you, and then the problem persists. I want to share an anecdote with you from my experience. that shows these a couple of these traits that I'm describing in this slide. Unfortunately, before I move on to tell you that story, I would like to make a disclaimer here to tell you that to this point in my career, I was not selecting the roles that I was in based on the work environment. So I was taking into account the content of the job, if I like what I was doing, the technologies, the projects, how meaningful they were. I was looking also at other things like, compensation, free time, but I was not really paying attention to how did the team look like, what was the diversity of the team, they're supportive, were they was it a collaborative environment? I was really not paying attention, and I wish I I was. And later on, I started to look at these other things as well. So I want to share with you a situation that happened to me, and I think it's reflective of the things that I described just before. So I was working in a project, in a big project, internal project at the company, along with two colleagues, two male peers, and I was actually the most technical person who was doing the job. My other colleague was the project manager, and the other one was infrastructure, was just taking care of some infrastructure things. So we had to do a presentation to a different team within the company that was led by a business developer, I think, was a female. And obviously, because I was the person that was developing most of the work, one who was doing the presentation. So I did this presentation, and at the end, she was clapping along with everyone else. And then she said, "Oh, great project, congratulations for all that you achieve." And then she started facing my colleagues, and she started saying, "Oh, it's great that you do this. Could you also do this other thing and this other thing?" And I was very shocked because, here I was doing all this presentation, and she was, talking directly to them as if they were the people that were that did all the project, and perhaps she thought that I was just the one who was, doing the slide deck and showing the presentation. So at the moment, I was very, very shocked. I didn't know what to do or what to say. Of course, I could have, immediately clear the situation and say, you should perhaps direct these questions to me because I was the one who did the project, something like that. I didn't have the instinct to do that. And here's the thing, neither of my colleagues did as well. I mean, they could have done it. It would be so easy for them to say, thank you, we appreciate the compliments, but it was Joanna who did this job. You should ask these questions to her. They could have done that, and it will be probably much easier for them to do that than me claiming the attention to myself, because I could have came across as, wanting to be noticed or something like that. But they didn't. And, later on, this created some internal conflict within me, because I was, upset with myself that I didn't say anything, but at the same time, I didn't know what to do. And I'm sure this was something that contributed to my dissatisfaction with this role. And probably later on, it contributed to me leaving this company. And still up to this day, I'm not completely in peace with this. And I think I should have said something. At the same time, that was my reaction, and I did not know. I did not know better at the time. And this brings me to the next topic, which is a book written in 2014 by Sheryl Sandberg. Perhaps some of you already know it. It's called Lean In, Women Work, and the Will to Lead. And I think it's a great book, even just for the fact that it brought this discussion into the table, so that we are discussing, the lack of women in leadership, and then we are discussing how can we improve these strategies to improve this. But there is one common message, I think, that comes across the book, which is sit at the table, that women should sit at the table. Women should lean in, and they should clearly, be present and have this more kind of like assertive attitude, more participative attitude. And I think, for some women, maybe this comes across as easy. So maybe I should have, sit at the table and lean in. Maybe I should have raised my hand and bring attention to myself and discuss, oh, this is what happened. You should do this, you should do that. But the truth is that when you put yourself in this, on the spot, in this kind of situation, when you call, you call the attention to yourself and say something like this, is not easy. And sometimes from what I observe, you can receive a lot of pushback. So you need to have a thick skin, and especially you need to have a thick skin if you are always going to these meetings, to these board meetings, like Sheryl Sandberg describes in the book, and having to be, the woman that sits there and uh, asks the questions and has to break these borders, these barriers that exist in reality. So I think it's not for every woman, and I think it's probably a little bit tough to put the burden of change on the shoulders of women. So saying, it depends on you. You are the one who needs to go there and needs to lean in. I think we need to do more as a group, and here is where I think it's so important to have allies and that can support you, like my two colleagues could have done in the situation that I just described. So one thing that I saw that really made a change is to have women in leadership positions. And I am lucky enough to, in my 3 last roles, I was working in organizations that were led by women. And I want to give a shout out to them in this slide. I think it's extremely important, not only because they can be role models, but I think it's important if they use this power that they have, the decision making, to make things different. So it's not enough that women are there. I think it's a first step, but if women that are there, they are they acknowledge all these issues that I discussed previously, and they do something to change them, that's extremely helpful. And what I've seen from having the opportunity to work with these fantastic women is that they were aware of that, and they really tried to change the culture. And one of the things that they did, for instance, was making some positive um, yeah, so for instance, they are trying to hire more women for the roles. Sometimes when I say, okay, you try to hire more women, people say, oh, but you are going to have someone who is less competent. No, it's the same. We don't lower the standards. It's the same standard, but you can always try to find a woman for that role. And I think this will increase the diversity in the company, and it will change all the dynamics. It will also make teams more attractive for women that perhaps are, doing a job interview and they want to look already to diversity that is there. Other things like, creating more flexibility, basically to create a more diverse and inclusive culture in the workplace. And this is only possible if you have women sitting on leadership. There are of course men that are extremely sensitive to these topics, and I really appreciate that. But sometimes men can not see these things. It's not because they are they have bad intentions, but because sometimes when we are not part of a problem, we're not suffering the problem in our skin. It's hard for us to see it and to perceive it. Okay, so I'm going to move now to the second half of my career, which I call the more mixed roles. So these were the roles that include tech skills, but more also soft skills. And in these roles, you can, one of the characteristics that they have is that they are more, there is a component of visibility. So there's more outreach involved. So communication. So instead of being just of being a developer that is, in a room programming, speaking to very few people, and not having contact with the people that are using the product, or the rest of the world in terms of the in terms of the what they were developing. In this kind of roles, there is more visibility, there is more contact with others, and I think that's extremely important in terms of having an impact. Because if you are hidden like in a corner, programming, just doing your work like I was doing in the pure tech roles, once in a while having a meeting, but it's an internal meeting, then you don't have visibility, so you cannot, first of all, you cannot see what other people are doing, but people don't see you also in what you are doing. And that's extremely important, because we want to have more role models around. And I think the previous talk, we heard a lot about public speaking, how important it is to to take our message out there, not only for our own career, but in terms of also inspiring others. So I think in a way I was a bit disappointed with the lack of visibility, and I think I was also disappointed with the lack of ability to make decisions and to lead, because I saw people making decisions, and I sometimes I did not agree with those decisions, but I could also not do anything, so I could not have a real impact. And all these things start to resonate with me, and then that's when I start to take more these mixed roles. So I want to focus a bit on in a role that I had that was related to education. So I work in a code school for women, non-binary, and transgender individuals. So code school was a school that created boot camps in full stack development and data science for people who wanted to transition to tech. So we have people from diverse backgrounds. They could be, lawyers, designers, teachers, and so on. Many of them even could be unemployed at the time. And they basically work very hard during these 3 months or so that took for the bootcamp to take part. And then they would go out and they would start working in technology. So I think it's an important tool if we want, one hand, if we want to feed the tech industry with the roles that they need, because there's a need for a lot of people to work in different roles in the tech industry, and whether in development, AI, and so on. And we cannot educate, or we cannot develop quickly enough professionals that can meet those needs. And at the same time, there are a lot of people who would like to transition to tech and learn about tech and start working in tech. And this is, I think, an important tool, or it could be an option if you don't want to go all the way back to university and study. Of course, you start with the junior role, and then you can transition, depending on your interest, your skills, your motivation, and so on. But I think it's a very positive thing. What I would like to discuss for a moment is why creating a code school for women, non-binary and transgender individuals. Why specifically targeting them? And sometimes I got many people asking me the question, so what do you do? Do you lower the standards, the technical complexity of the course? No, of course, we did not do that. So the technical content of the course was, exactly the same as in a regular bootcamp. What we need was creating a safe environment for women and these other individuals to feel safe, to feel comfortable in order to explore and learn. Because this is a very fast-paced environment. It's very intensive. Sometimes it can be, emotionally very challenging because you are learning a lot of things. You are facing all your insecurities, all your fears. So you need to feel comfortable. You need to be in an environment where you know that you can raise your hand and ask questions, and no one will look at you or point a finger at you and think that you are not good enough. And I found that to be very important for women to. I think if they are in a very competitive environment, women may not feel safe and comfortable to express they don't know, to ask for help, and so on. And that's a shame. And that's why I think code schools like CodeOp are extremely important in fulfilling this mission. And I'm extremely proud to have seen the students that left the course, in particular the ones that were my students, to go out and to transition to tech jobs, and to some of them, they are still on working there, sometimes as a senior developers. Others went and did other courses like masters and so on. And yeah, it's great to see that they could achieve so much after doing the bootcamp. So I think it's something really, really important, and I'm really grateful to have had that experience. So another thing that I mentioned beforehand is that quite early in my career I start getting involved with the community. And it's in different ways. So in one hand I like to support women in tech events like this one. I think is extremely important that we have these spaces. But I also participate in more general tech events, so not specifically for women, but that are related to specific technologies. And I think that's very important. I've seen something that I call the women in tech panel effect, which is you have a tech conference that has many different tracks, and you don't see practically any women as speakers or keynote speakers, or even in the panels. The panels there, they don't have any women. And then suddenly you have the women in tech panel, and then you have like women there. So it's I think it's great that we have the women in tech panel, but I think if the conference organizers made an effort to create this panel, they should also try to make an effort, a conscious effort, to have a more diverse group of speakers. And it's okay, as I said before, it's okay to have some positive discrimination. You don't need to lower the standards or anything like that. You just need to make sometimes a bigger effort in order to create a program where you have more diversity, but it's completely possible. So I think, if you if you have the possibility to go to conferences, to participate, when I say conferences, I also mean events in general, meetups, for instance, I think it's great. As Carly mentioned before, I mean, when she entered the room in computer science and she saw another woman there, I think she felt supported and she felt like she did. She no longer wanted to leave the room. I think it's the same thing if you go to a tech meetup and you see more women. It's perhaps you will stay for a bit longer. You have some conversations, and you won't feel so strange, like you won't feel the odd one in the room. So if you can attend, I think it's great. And then the next step is if you can be a speaker, this will give you more visibility. And if you can, participate in a panel, be a keynote speaker, and so on, I think that's really doing a lot. Because my experience, I've been to a lot of conferences, and obviously there are tech conferences. There are not a lot of women there, but sometimes there are women as participants, but then I don't see the same proportion of women as speakers, for instance, or teaching workshops or keynote speakers. And yeah, so I'm giving a shout out to the event organizers, but also if you are a woman and you are in a position to speak, please consider it, because I think probably there are not so many women applying for those roles as well. So I was involved in a lot of these events, sometimes as an organizer, sometimes as speaker, sometimes only as a participant. And at a certain point, this was something like a side thing. So I was the community part, and at a certain point, I transitioned to a role, with a dev role, where this is probably the most important thing in my job. So I'm doing this as like the main thing, and then I'm doing the tech things on the side. So there was a kind of there was a kind of a switch in this matter. So the organization that I'm working right now is, just to mention, is the OpenGS Consortium, which is known as OGC. This is an organization that develops and maintains standards for geospatial information. So if you are familiar with the W3C, the Web Consortium, this is the equivalent of the W3C, but just for geospatial information. And it has more than 500 members across the world. Having worked in the geospatial industry for a long time, I knew the Open Geospatial Consortium. I respect it in terms of technical content. I thought it was a place that I wanted to work in. But I think when I start getting really, really interested is when I went to an event in the UK, which was in the International Women's Day in 2018. And there was a Women in Tech breakfast organized there. And one of the speakers was Marie-Françoise Vaudra, was and still is OGC staff. And she talked about OGC, and she said how supportive was the environment, how collaborative, and that she was really thriving to work there. And I think that really resonated with me. So thank you, Marie-Françoise. And then when I had the opportunity, I joined OGC. So my role is developer relations. I think it's similar to other roles like developer advocate or developer marketing. So this is a role that we're seeing more and more in the software industry, in the technology industry. And it's basically a role that is between the product and the customer or the user, which in this case are the developers. So it's a technical user. So this will be the big difference with more traditional relations or outreach or marketing roles. In the case of OGC, our product are the OGC standards. And so my goal is to connect the OGC standards with the wider developer community. So to make sure that developers know about these standards, which by the way are free and open, and they can use them, they can integrate them in their implementations that deal with geospatial information. At the same time, we want to collect the feedback from these developers and understand what are the things that are working and the things that can be improved with the standards. So to make the standards even better. So as you can imagine, this role involves a lot of speaking, and so speaking with developers, attending developer events, and also creating content. So like, videos or blog posts, sometimes the documentation as well. A big part of my role is to organize what we call code sprints or hackathons. So these are 3-day events. They are normally very intensive, so from morning to dawn. They are they have an hybrid format. So during the pandemic, they were virtual, and now we try to organize them as hybrid. And they are held 3 times per year in different locations around the world, so we can reach different developer communities. So our goals are, as I mentioned before, we want to support development of the standards. So we want to bring this feedback from the developers, and at the same time, we want to help developers implementing these standards on their applications. And recently we introduced another goal, which is outreach. So people who are perhaps new to these OGC standards, they can come to the code sprints and learn about them from their peers. We have developers joining across the world, both virtually and in person. And we have also other contributors, by the way, that don't necessarily write code. So they can be involved in technology integration experiments. So seeing how the different tools work together with the standards. They could be testing, creating issues, creating documentation, and so on. I would say it's an extremely collaborative environment. So everyone is just, helping each other, is non-competitive at all. We all want the applications to work and the standards to work, and people, even if they are working in their own projects, very often they are, just speaking to others and helping others. It's very informal, so there's minimal structure on it. We have a couple of meetings during the day, but that's all. People are very free to do what they want. So I think it's an extremely supportive environment to be in. However, there's still room for improvement in terms of diversity in these code sprints. And this is something that has been, in my mind. And we are trying different things in order to improve this diversity. I think I have to say that ultimately the diversity in the sprints is a reflection of the diversity of the software projects that come to the code sprints that are not diverse, and then the standards working groups that develop the standards, they are also not that diverse, and ultimately these are the people that come to the code sprints. Although recently with the outreach component, that we start to have more diverse participation, which is great. But I think probably we need to address this, this problem before the code sprint. In any case, the efforts we're trying to do are outreach. I try to go to some specialized channels like Women Geospatial, Geek Girls Portugal, And if you know more, I mean, please let me know. When we have the funding, we try to give travel grants in order to allow some participants to be able to attend the code sprint, and we take diversity into account, so we have a kind of positive discrimination in that matter. And then we try to give visibility to the participants. So for instance, if there are few female participants, I might encourage them to present a workshop or a tutorial so that they can be more visible, and then the people that come to the code sprint, they can see, oh, I'm not the only woman here. The other thing we try to do is we acknowledge that like 3 days of intense work, maybe could be hard to conciliate with some family situations. So we try to have flexibility and also give the opportunity to attend virtual the code sprint. So maybe some women in their particular due to their particular situation, on the point that they are in life, they are not able to travel, or maybe they are not able to be in the code sprint 24/7. I think that's okay. So there's still some flexibility to attend, and we encourage people to attend virtually if they cannot do it in a different way. So these are some things that we are trying to do, but I'm open to hear suggestions if if people have other ideas. Okay, so I think I'm arriving to the end of my time, but I want to give a few words more about the free and open source community, and in particular the OSGeo community, which I'm more related to. And I want to say, first of all, that I find the FOSS community or the OSGeo community to be an extremely respectful and supportive environment. So everyone there is, extremely supportive, is a collaborative environment. I don't see a lot of things that, of ugly things that we see in other parts of the internet, like trolling and this kind of thing. People are really, really eager to help. And also it's a kind of a meritocracy. So if you are, if you have, you can earn respect with your technical contribution. So if you are providing a good technical contribution to the project, people will acknowledge that, they will notice that, and they can give you more responsibilities according to that. So there's no judgments based on other things like gender or age or background and so on. So it's purely based on merit, which I think it's great. Nevertheless, what I see, what I observe in the software projects that I'm involved with, there are few female committers. And when we talk about maintainers of the project, so the people that are more involved with the project and that have right permissions to the repository, I see even less women, and that's a bit disconcerting. I'm not sure about the causes of that. I see that there are a lot of there are not a lot, but there are some users of these projects. So when I go to conferences, I see there are women that are there as users, sometimes as power users. But then when I look at the committers, then the number is disproportionately lower. And of course, if there are no committers, then it's hard to have maintainers. I think, as I mentioned, I think it's extremely supportive environment, and I think if women would arrive to the project, there will be no problem for them, to being included and supported. But the problem is that they don't arrive there in the first place. I have I have a friend that is working also in the project, and he's always saying, we need more young women. And when he says that, this could be misinterpreted, but in reality, he doesn't say. He says this with a very good intention. I know that, and it's true. I mean, we need more women, especially younger women, but women overall. We kind of not really sure how we can do that. I think in terms of the OSGU, right now, currently, there are 2 women in the board of directors. So there are 2 women in a position of decision making, so overseeing the organization. It's still 2 out of 9. It's not great, but I think the problem specifically on the technical part of the projects, so maybe less in the leadership, maybe less in the user base, but I think it's more like in the actual contributors to the project. So this is another area where I would love to hear suggestions from everyone or ideas. I don't have a solution for this. It's something that bothers me and worries me, and is in the back of my mind. Okay, I just wanted to give a shout out also to other groups that are underrepresented in tech, even if this is International Women's Day. We know that there are other groups that are also not well represented, and that's a shame. We need more diversity in order to have a more thriving environment and to create also better products. So thank you very much for listening to me. I would love to hear from you. I mean, these are my contacts. You can find me on GitHub, on Mastodon, also in Discord. If you are in Portugal, or if you understand Portuguese, I'm a regular guest at the Ubuntu Portugal podcast. So I have some episodes already there. And I'm also the organizer of GeoMob Lisbon. And by the way, there will be an event at the 8th of May, so in a couple of months. So if you are in Lisbon, the event is all in English, and you want to hear about stories about geospatial uses and geospatial tech into storytelling, please join GeoMob Lisbon. So I think this was all from me. I don't know if there are any questions.
Hello again, Joanna. Yeah, we got some time left, so we could talk a bit further, if that's okay with you.
Sure.
For example, you already told us a bit about like what it is to be in DevRel during your talk, but would you mind sharing with the audience and me a bit about your tech journey, like how you became interested in tech in the first place, and what were your steps to come into the position that you are now?
Sure. So my first contact with tech, I was lucky enough to have contact with a Spectrum computer. So when I was very small, my dad bought a ZX Spectrum computer to me and my brother. I think this already says something about my age. And then this is when I start writing some small programs, copying from a book, and I had a feeling about what it felt like. Later on, I did a PhD in GIS, Geographical Information Systems, and this is at the intersection between geography and technology. At the time, the PhD was more related to artificial intelligence. He had some component of backend and infrastructure, and that was later on the area that I took more into heart. I had some after that. I had some roles. Most of my roles were related to geospatial tech. I did not have a strict set of programming languages or technologies or frameworks that I use. So I was very flexible about that. I work with many different programming languages and environments, but it was more or less in that within that set of interests. I had to say I had some roles that were not related to geospatial at all. They were, just software consultant, or for instance, when I work at the code school, that was not, the boot camps were in full stack development. They were not related to geospatial at all. But this is an area that I was always interested. And, in my free and open source hat, when I use my free and open source hat, I contributed to a lot of geospatial tech projects.
Thank you so much for sharing this with us. We got a question from the audience.
Okay.
Based on your direct experience, what are the things you think helped the most in making a workplace more inclusive?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. So I think to have a more inclusive workplace, it's important to have a supportive environment, a collaborative environment, where people they feel included, so they feel they can talk, they can ask questions, they are not judged by that, and they are encouraged to do things and to help others. So I would say collaboration is extremely important, and being, non-judgmental towards people. If you are in a position of decision making, I think it's important to try to recruit in a way that the composition of the workforce can reflect that diversity. That will be also a card that you will encourage others to join. So when the work environment is not diverse from the start, it's hard to attract people to go there. So it's hard to become diverse. When it's already diverse, then it's easier to become more diverse. So if you are in a decision-making position, I would say that's something to really pay attention to.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that answer. We earlier talked a bit about your career, and I asked it earlier also to Collie, but also to you during your developer or tech journey. Did you encounter certain points where you really felt that software development is a male-dominated field, and how did you navigate around them?
Yeah, absolutely. I found it, especially in the teams. I mean, it happened many times that I was the only woman in the team. So sometimes you start asking yourself whether you are in the right place. I think the only good thing is around that is that, for instance, in the open source world that I mentioned before, even if it's not as diverse as I would like, it is extremely supportive. So in that sense, I was, when I'm in those environments, I'm not reminding that I'm the only woman in the room, even if I am, because they make me feel like part of the group. And I think that's, a big thumbs up to them for that.
That's beautiful. Thank you for sharing this also as well. And maybe as a closing question, do you have some general advice for young female developers who want to start out in tech but don't exactly know how to, or what the first steps would be?
Sure. Yeah, one of the things that I would encourage them to do is to choose, choose wisely the positions where you are going, because you can avoid a lot of stress or even burnout, and you can avoid also being constantly hopping from one role to the other, which is, I'm talking about my experience. This is what happened to me. So I didn't pay attention to the to the quality of the role that I was taking in. When I say quality, I'm not talking only about the technical specifications of the role, but the overall role. I did not pay attention to that, and that led me to take roles that, after a while I was not happy and I had to leave. So I think in order to avoid that, because it's very exhausting to be doing that, and it can even lead to feelings of wanting to give up. Pay attention when you go to a job interview. Remember that you are also interviewing them. So look at the person you are talking to. Try to meet the team. See how diverse it is. Even if it's not diverse, if the people there seem supportive, seem friendly, I think all these things matter ultimately in order to keep you on the career, on the tech career path.
Jenna, thank you. What good words to end a talk like this. Thank you for the talk and thank you for the Q&A. It was a pleasure having you today on the Women in Tech Day. And hopefully we see each other again on another live day.
Thank you very much. Happy International Women's Day to everyone. Thank you.
Happy International Women's Day. Bye, Jenna. All right. And we jump to the next speaker of the day. She is DevRel engineer at Neo4j. Her passion is finding ways to organize chaos and deliver software more efficiently, but she's also a blogger and she likes to speak at conferences such as ours today. Very welcome, Jennifer.
Hello. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. So, Jennifer, before we start with your talk, would you mind sharing a bit with the audience and me what your talk is about? Would you mind breaking down the topic a bit?
Sure. So I come from a little bit of an unusual background, maybe unusual, maybe not so unusual. I've heard others who have come from something similar, where they've started in a completely unrelated career and have completely switched over into technology. I knew one other person at my college, just at my college, who did exactly the same thing I did, like a year or two before I did. So I don't know that it's entirely uncommon, but trying to find some similarities and helpful ways when you're making a big change, and that's whether you're moving to a new job or moving to a completely different career or making a big move, or anything really. When you're making a big change, that involves a lot. It takes a lot of mental power. It takes a lot of just kind of tasks and administrative work. And how do you kind of navigate those things when you're making those big shifts, especially where my talk's going to focus in on switching careers and in my case, going into technology and development. So yeah, hopefully this will provide some helpful tips as well as a little bit of insight on things that have worked well or maybe not worked so well for various people, but just kind of sharing a little bit of my journey and hopefully inspiring others to be willing to step out there and do great things along the way.
Yeah. Jennifer, this sounds like you have some very valuable experiences to share with all of us. So I would say, without further ado, the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Okay. So my name is Jennifer Reif. I'll go ahead and just briefly, oops, just one second. There we go. There. Okay. Had to make that window in the focus there. Okay, so a little bit of background, just very briefly on me. I like learning. I like learning technology. I enjoy development and coding. And then I like sharing what I've learned in a variety of different ways. So events like this one, in-person events, virtual events, any type of small, large, doesn't really seem to matter. I enjoy them all, and I just like talking to developers. And then I like blogging as well, technical blogging. So I have some blog posts on a personal side as well as a few other channels as well. And I really enjoy that aspect of creative content. There are a few other things I like to do outside of work, but most of them boil down to the fact that I'm kind of a geek in various aspects. So if you think of questions after this session, or later on down the road, months later, and so on, as so often, we think of our best questions later on. Feel free to reach out to me. I'm happy to continue the conversation, or answer kind of questions, tech questions, career questions, that sort of thing. So don't hesitate on that front. Okay, so a little bit of backstory. I'll try not to spend too long here, but just kind of set the stage for what kind of transition I went through, and then we'll go into things that I did, hopefully to make that easier or to prepare myself for that. So I started with some music lessons when I was a kid, very young child, and I actually wanted to take guitar, but my hands weren't big enough. You had to be a certain age, 9, I think, for your hands to be large enough to hold down the strings and the frets on the guitar. So, my younger sister was taking violin. So it's like, okay, you know what? I'll take violin for a few years until my hands are big enough and then I'll switch over. Which, long story short on that, I never did switch over. I ended up loving the violin. But so I took some music lessons. I got involved in orchestras, which are large groups of musicians that come together to play big works of music. So sometimes you'll have a chorus that will join, and you'll play big symphonic works or other types of large group compositions. Um, I ended up really enjoying this, did this all through my younger years as well as high school, college, and I ended up going into it for a bachelor's degree. So I pursued a music major in that, was really enjoying that. There were some really phenomenal skills that I built along the way. It was absolutely a lot of work. The music industry is no joke, for sure. Um, but I built skills like consistent practice and dedication to kind of going into a room and refining my skill and improving the music. I learned music theory, which is the structure and how music is put together. I learned music history, so where it has come from and how it has changed over time. And then I also took on a little bit of a side business. In my younger years, I ended up teaching some violin lessons. And then as I got older, I ended up taking on playing for special events. So things like weddings, funerals, dinners, award ceremonies, anything of the sort. I would be a musician to play for those events. So I built things like good communication, organization, talking to people, figuring out where to be and when, and showing up on time, and professional, communication and things like that. And then I was, still going to school and doing other things as well. So kind of the time balance and priorities, it kind of helped me there as well. So some really good things that I learned, some really fun things, and some of those things I didn't even realize would be so valuable later on, right? Sometimes you do things, it's like, oh, that actually came in handy later on. So, as I was going through this and I'm pursuing my music major, I knew that business skills or technology skills in general permeate every industry today, and even then. It's good to have professional communication skills and be able to um, professionally, write emails and handle yourself and resumes and that sort of thing. So I ended up going into taking on a business minor in addition, so that I could learn some of those business skills as well as a little bit of the technology end of things too. So some basic like computers, programming, that sort of thing. I ended up really enjoying that. And so when I got done with the music major, I ended up deciding, hey, I really enjoyed programming. This is a lot of fun. And so I switched over and I took on a master's of science in computer management and information systems, which was kind of basically a master's degree that blended an MBA, so business administration master's, and a computer science master's. So a good blend there, a combination of the two. And I ended up starting in on that. And a classmate of mine was like, hey, we've got an opening on my team. Edward Jones, it's a financial investments company. Why don't you apply? And so I did and got accepted. And so I ended up as a programmer analyst there for a few years. Now, this taught me some really cool skills too, because as a programmer analyst, I did some programming. I did some data analysis and like project management type stuff. I also did a little bit of operations. So it was a little bit of everything and just a really great introduction to the industry and all aspects of technology and so on. Plus, it was a very structured environment and dealing with financial services. Sometimes there's a lot of red tape that kind of goes along with that, and operating with specific technologies you're not necessarily familiar with. So I got a lot of good baseline there for tech. I did some really cool things. Had some really amazing people I worked with. So learned a lot through that. And then after a few years, I thought, I kind of want to do, kind of expand into other things. How can I stretch myself even further? And I had a colleague in another circle say, hey, I've been to this conference called Java One out in San Francisco, and you're still a student. You should take on a student pass and just come. You get to meet lots of really skillful, amazing people from all over the world. There's all kinds of technologies and things that you'll learn and pull from that. And so I did. I took on a student pass there. Really enjoyed that. It's like, you know what? I kind of like to come back and speak next year. So I did. I applied to speak the following year and got accepted to that. So I came back the following year and got to speak at a conference. And from that, I did just a couple of speaking gigs off and on. It was all on my own time, and outside of working at Edward Jones. And after a couple of these, I got contacted via social media from someone at Neo4j saying, "Hey, we have an opening on our team. I think you'd be a good fit. Would you consider applying?" I was like, "Great, this looks awesome." It's funny though. I didn't know anything about Neo4j, nothing, never heard of it, had no idea what a graph database was, which is the product and the technology that Neo4j builds and sells. So it was kind of a quick learn experience, and I'll talk through a few examples of how I went about that. But I started as a developer relations engineer with them in 2018. So got accepted there and took on the role, and have kind of done developer relations, or a little bit of engineering, developer advocacy, however you want to term it. So a combination of lots of different things there. So really enjoy that still today. I'm hoping to stay in that for the foreseeable future. And again, really great people that I'm working with, good company. And this has been a huge learning experience for me. And of course, I love learning. So that coincides well. Okay. So backstory, that was it. Now let's talk about the transitions that I went through and some of the challenges that went along with this. So first off is crafting your story. We'll go a little bit more into detail on the next slide here. But anytime you make a big change, there's a story to tell for how and why you made those big shifts, right? And sometimes that's not always perceived in the best light from outsiders, but you get to craft that. You get to decide how others and yourself view why and how you made this change. Then preparing for that. Are there ways that you can prepare ahead of time, make the transition a little bit easier and smoother? How can you apply things that you already know? So previous skills, can you apply that to something new, especially when you're going to something that's totally different or the opposite of what you've done before? And then navigating what you don't know. So there's going to be lots of things you don't know at every twist and turn, as we all are facing. And how do you navigate those things as well? Okay, so crafting your story. So you write the narrative. Find things that excite you about the new job, the new project, etc. Are you going from something that's fast paced or maybe a little bit slower paced, and therefore you're going into something that's very fast paced or a little bit slower? Does that give you time to think? Do you like a fast paced learning environment where you're constantly busy, or do you like some time to sit down and strategize and say, hey, look, I can go deeper because this new thing allows me to kind of focus in and strategize and hone in on something specific. So again, highlight those things, whatever it may be. It doesn't even have to be, fast paced or slow paced or anything in between, but find things that excite you about that new opportunity. Focus in on the strengths. So, of course, the things that you're good at are going to help you go farther in those areas. And so those are the things that you're going to want to lead with and start there in order to kind of put your best foot forward. And then you'll kind of bring the other things along, right? And learn as you go. And then last but not least, find your why. So again, from external sources, looks can be deceiving. Is someone just chasing fame or fortune? Are they, doing this because they had no other option, or because, that opportunity closed, that door closed, so to speak, and now they're being forced into something else? No, most of the time that's not the case. And so you need to craft that and show people, this is why I really wanted to do this, or this is why this new thing excites me. And I wanted to jump into this new thing and leave the old. So again, not just for fame and fortune, find the good, solid reasons that you wanted to make this change and go with it, own it. So nobody else can take that away from you. Okay, so my rendition of this is I was introduced to programming. So this is kind of my story that I've kind of crafted over time. Um, I was introduced to programming through school. So I took on, a couple of programming classes. I took on a business minor. I found out I really kind of enjoyed this stuff, right? I discovered a new interest, things that I didn't know I enjoyed previously. It did happen to overlap some with things I already loved. It may not seem like it, something that's very heavily in the sciences field and something that's very heavily in the arts field, having some overlap, but there is some there. So on the logical end of the spectrum, so the left brain side, in music, you have music theory, which is the structure and the chords and the notes that come together in order to build a piece of music. On the right, or on the sorry, yes, this is still left hand side of things. On the programming end of that spectrum, you have programming constructs, so languages. And certain requirements and integrations that you have to work within. On the creative end of the spectrum. So now we're talking right brain side of things. For music, you have emotion and interpretation that puts your own spin on a piece you're performing or playing, right? And then on the technology end of that, you have different solutions that you can build and put together, integrations and technologies that you like to work with or prefer. Those are going to be very customizable based on your opinions, right? Subjective. And then if you're building content, so writing blogs or doing videos and so on, that's also very creative. It's going to be your voice and your spin on how you learn things or how you do put these things together. I also found a way to do one basically career and still enjoy the other. That may not have been the case if I'd flipped these around and focused in on music and done tech on the side. But this way, I was able to focus in hard on technology and do that, and then still enjoy music here and there when I wanted to. And I'm still kind of learning and progressing towards a balance between the creative side of both of these careers, as well as the logical side. So again, programming and music both use kind of both sides of the brain, left and right. And technology does as well. And this is just a good crossover, but kind of learning when to highlight one and downplay the other in certain aspects is going to be a continuous learning that I enjoy. Okay, so now how do you go about preparing a transition? As much as you can, I would try to upskill or research whatever it is you're going into. So the next thing, are there some prerequisites or some homework that you can take on? Now, this is not externally assigned homework. This is something that are there skills that I could get a foundation in to help me be prepared for whatever it is I'm stepping into, right? Also, other gaps that you can fill. So, for instance, if you're moving into a new team or a new project, are there skills that are missing that you could help fill those gaps? Whether that's, hey, somebody's not documenting decisions very well, or somebody doesn't know this particular technology as well. This is something I can help in. And so, that will help you as well. It's going to help you get a foot forward or a leg up, if you will, on whatever it is you're starting in next, because you've got something ahead or value right out of the gate to the rest of that team, right? Try to communicate as much as you can, avoid confusion. So ask questions where needed, clarify things so that you make sure when you walk in the door that first day of whatever it is, you're as prepared as you can be, and you've cleared anything up so that you're well researched and just aware of what you need to do. And enlist help where you need to. If you need someone to help you, walk through getting into the building, or say, hey, I'm not quite sure how to do this. Could you ensure I'm doing this right the first time, and then I've got it from there. Plan ahead. Are there things you could do ahead of time? So administrative things. I used to, when I would get ready for a new semester at college, I would try to go a day, a week in advance and walk to all the buildings and the classrooms that I was going to be in, and make sure that I knew exactly where to go. So that way, if I was running late or something went wrong, that morning, I wouldn't have to worry about where's my room, where is this, on top of the stress and the anxiety of running late, right? So again, as much as you can, plan ahead of time. So my version of this, exploring new opportunities as much as you can. So there's going to be things that aren't directly related, but that can tangentially help you, right? So they're going to be somewhat related. And those things could help, again, give you that leg up and prepare you for what you're walking into next. For me, when I took on this job at Neo4j, I ended up, they sent me over to London on the second week of the job to meet the team and to do some other things. I'll get to that story later. But I ended up taking the graph database book, which was kind of like the intro across the board at the time for Neo4j. And I read that on the flight over. So I took on a couple of other things, which we'll talk about later on too, that just kind of new opportunities that I wouldn't have foreseen before, that ended up helping me later on down the road. So next, if you can build something. So I ended up, when I was looking at the job for Neo4j, I built a small project with Neo4j because I was so new to graph databases and Neo4j. I pulled a GitHub repository, or created a project of something I knew, and pulled in Neo4j in a Docker container because I knew how to use Docker and I didn't know how to use Neo4j. So I built something small just to kind of test it out, play with it. And then, being somewhat ready in case somebody asked me those questions or said, hey, what have you done here? It's like, well, I don't have a ton of experience, but here's the thing that I have done, or here's the stuff that I've planned for ahead of time. And then take on new opportunities to learn. Again, those take on a variety of different appearances. I find that there's way more learning opportunities than what we realize. We'll talk a little bit more about some of those later on down the road here. But a lot of things can be later on applied. Some things you don't even realize are pertinent now become very helpful later on. Okay, using what you know. So here's just a brainstorm example from things that I knew ahead of time were going to help me in the next chapter that I took on. You don't have to sit down and draft all these up, and actually write them down anywhere, but at least kind of consciously think through some of this. So what skills do I already know? Have I already learned through any previous experience that will be really helpful to me in this next thing? So first, music really drilled into me the high effort and consistent work ethic of making a piece of music shine, right? So it requires constant work, constant practice daily, in order to improve and see good results out the other side. Preparation for performance. So you have to do a lot of practicing. You have to refine very specific and minute details to make a performance really amazing and outstanding. Performance skills. So getting up and performing a piece of music in front of all kinds of people is super valuable. And I didn't realize how valuable that would end up being until I took on this developer advocacy job, right? So I had a few years kind of in the middle there where standing up and performing in front of an audience, it wasn't that was a skill I wasn't really using, but then it has come back around, come full circle, and now I do that all the time, right? Collaboration and communication. You have to work with other musicians. You have to be able to play together and interpret music together, and all sorts of things, as well as just communicating. So when I was running music lessons and music gigging on the side, you have to communicate with those who were hiring you, and kind of scheduling and all sorts of things there. So good, just basic skills. Balancing the logical and the creative skills. I've already talked somewhat about this, but those two things, both left and right brain, were something that music really focuses on and uses constantly. And that's something that technology does as well. And then finding patterns. So music is all about patterns and pattern matching. And it's funny because Neo4j, a graph database, is exactly the same way. And there's a lot of things in technology. You find solution patterns, or programming construct patterns, or so on. There's all kinds of patterns everywhere. We don't even realize it. So finding those patterns, using those patterns, modifying those patterns where needed, something music and technology both share. Other outside skills that, again, seem tangentially related, but still can be helpful. Research and writing, you have to do a lot of that in music as well. And those are skills that transfer well to most industries, I would say, today. So if you know how to look something up, find something, learn something, and then write about it, or write, draft a good email or anything like that, or a resume, super helpful. Projects. So I ended up taking on, while I was in music school, I worked for the music library at my school, my college, and I ended up digitalizing the entire music library. So, put everything into a database and, all that good stuff. And it ended up, at the time I was like, oh, this project really needs done. We need to keep track of everything. It was a way to not lose music. But on the flip side of that, it's like, oh, this actually came in really handy because it was a tech project, and I had at least some basic skills and a tech project that I could say, hey, yes, I have a little bit of this experience, even though I haven't worked in this industry before. Helping me prioritize both work and school. That's a big balance. Keeps you very busy. So helping prioritize, okay, which thing needs to come first this week versus, long term. Here are my priorities and things that I'm balancing and leaning towards. So good skill there. Learning at a very fast pace, both music and technology. You try to learn as fast as you can in order to move on to the next thing. And then business skills, again, those are pretty widespread across industries. And then carving out your unique road. So music is a very competitive, very aggressive field, and technology can be as well. And so figuring out where you fit into that and what you enjoy and are comfortable doing, kind of carving out your niche or your particular path you want to create. Those are both skills that you get kind of good at. So a little bit of individual internal ambition, if you will. Okay, now how do you navigate the unknown things? So preparation is going to help. We'll talk a little bit about me being a little bit of a preparation nut and a little bit risk averse. But as much as you can prepare, that's going to help ease the transition and just not have you doing so many things on the day of or the week of starting. Try to be honest where, what are things that you don't know? If somebody asks, hey, where's this? Or how do you do this? Or do you know this? Or, can you work on this? Just say, hey, I'm not familiar with this, but I'm willing to learn it. I'm willing to figure it out. I'm willing to work for it. And then as much as you can, especially in like interviews, I find this super helpful. If you aren't for sure exactly the solution they're looking for, say, well, this is something that is kind of similar that I've done before. So this is how I would basically extrapolate that or kind of mirror that and use that skill that I already have in order to find out this new thing. So again, it shows them that you're thinking about these things, something that would be kind of similar, and you could use that in order to pick up that new thing quicker, right? So again, those transfer of skills is super helpful. And then of course, if you don't know something, once you learn it and figure it out and work through it, or somebody helps you with it, it becomes known so that the next time around, you don't have that unknown anymore. You know how to do it and it's much easier. And so then if somebody asks you that same question again later down the road, you're like, yep, I know how to do that. Here's how I work through it. So as much as you can, don't be afraid of those unknowns. Turn them into knowns and learn those things. Okay, some tips and tricks. So this is a little bit more personal things that I have found to be super helpful. And I've included some quotes from great composers, music composers, and in this case, conductor of a musical group. And I think they coincide really well with some of the concepts I'm walking through, as well as just being kind of a fun nod to my previous life. So the principles I try to live by still today, and hopefully in the foreseeable future, is to learn, to practice, to create, and to pursue opportunities. So Leonard Bernstein, famous conductor of orchestras, said, to achieve great things, two things are needed: a plan and not quite enough time. So some of that you have to be a little bit aggressive about, right? To achieve those great things. Okay, learning, and hopefully some stories along the way. I love this quote by B.B. King. I did not know about it until I was kind of searching and sifting through great quotes from composers and musicians. Came across this. The beautiful thing about learning is nobody can take it away from you. So again, whenever time you pour into you and your skills and your learning cannot be taken away later. So that's valuable information that you can use later on. be curious. Don't be afraid to ask some questions, do your own research, look things up. Do your own digging, figure out that puzzle. Those are the best ways to learn, I find, is pulling from content and people that are around you. Determine your method. What type of learning makes you most comfortable? Do you like to read? Do you like to actually go hands-on and build things? Do you enjoy trying to teach it to somebody else? There's a couple of stories about that. But I like a combination of all three, actually. But one of the ways when I joined Neo4j that I wanted to learn was if I have to stand up in front of other people and teach them how to do something, I'm going to become an expert very quickly. I'm going to pour in a lot of effort and time to learn this stuff in order to teach something well and to help others learn it. And then the questions that other people ask are also going to turn around and feed that information loop so that I can learn their perspectives or things that they care about and learn those specific things better as well as just seeing kind of different perspectives and how different people approach things. So that was actually one of my favorite methods, one you might not think about. It's like, well, you have to know the material, in order to teach it. Not always. You need a good foundation for sure. You don't want to stand up there knowing nothing about a topic. But by the same token, learning something, you still have something to add to that conversation as well. And since you're a new learner, you can present learning to other learners in new and inventive ways that others who've been at it for years may not be able to see. And then find something to apply. So again, you're going to need to kind of apply or do not necessarily hands-on, but take that learning and do something with it, right? Otherwise, it's not going to stick as well. So this is the quote by Johannes Brahms that kind of tells us this: without craftsmanship, inspiration is a mere reed shaken in the wind. So in other words, if you don't refine your craft, if you don't pour effort and time into practicing, basically, that new thing or that inspiration is not going to be very valuable. It's not going to help you in many ways down the road. So ways to practice. The too long don't read here is just to do something with it. Easier said than done. I realize I've been in these shoes too, that it's like, well, I know I need to build something, but I have no idea what to build, or I don't know what would be helpful. And so you kind of do some research and you look around for ways and you're like, I don't know. I'm not sure about this or that. And then you never engage and never do it. And then that skill kind of fades away over time. So the bottom line is you'll just have to find some way to apply it, right? There's a few different ways you can go about that. I'll talk later on about that too. But try to build something, present. If you're comfortable speaking in front of people, try to present something, write written materials or record a video if you're more comfortable that way. Expand or experiment on existing projects. That also helps kind of solidify skills when you actually have to write code and work on the project and improve the project, right? And try to collaborate. If you're not familiar with something or not sure, is a friend already working on project X, and you're like, well, this would actually practice my skill. Hey, can I work on this with you? And then that person maybe could take the lead and help mentor you along, but you're still applying that new skill that you're trying to master. I like this quote by J.S. Bach. I was obliged to be industrious. Whoever is equally industrious will succeed equally well. So again, if you pour in the effort, you're going to see some sort of success out the other side. Now, again, it may be kind of way down the road, or the success might be smaller than you hoped. But if you pour in that work, I fully believe it will come back for you later on. Okay, so some examples. So I did some teach to learn. So early on, I gave music lessons, right? I taught music. And so that actually helped me see new perspectives on the basics of music, as well as how to instruct someone on the basics, right? I'd done music for so long, it felt, secondhand to me. And so in order to walk back and really teach something entirely new, not just the mentality of it, but the physical aspects of playing an instrument, is super complicated. And we don't always think through those things. And then, of course, when I joined Neo4j, I did the same thing. I wanted to learn faster, and one of the ways that I approached that was to teach others how to learn these concepts, or how these concepts worked. Interacting with community events. I did a lot of traveling when I joined Neo4j, and that put me in front of a lot of developers, or talking to a lot of developers, and I learned a really vast amount of knowledge just from talking to other people and seeing what they were doing and how they were doing it and what kind of questions they had or things they weren't sure about. Actually writing code. So I dove into a few different projects at Neo4j. So looking at Spring Data Neo4j, which is, I had a little bit of basic knowledge with Spring coming in, but it was also a gap in the team that I knew I could fill. There weren't a whole lot of experts focusing a ton of time in Spring Data Neo4j and kind of doing advocacy work there. And so it's like, well, this is a gap I can fill. I'm a little bit familiar with Spring. There's not a whole lot of content out there for this. I can help with this area. Querying a database is something that I find it kind of to be a puzzle, trying to pull data from a database. And so that to me is just super interesting to me personally. And so I enjoy doing that. And then now with the spread of generative AI, I can kind of dive into that and pull experiences that I've had before. And in my case, I'm applying the Spring Data aspect of that to generative AI because now they have an AI library in Spring as well. And then writing blog posts. So I enjoy technical writing. I like presenting as well, but something that I started doing a couple years back was to write technical blogs. And I'd always wanted to write blog posts, but I'd never gotten around to it. And finally, it's like, you know what? I'm going to do this. And I really enjoy it. It's a way for me to kind of document what I've done. And then so that later on down the road, it's like, I know I've done this thing. Where did I do it? And so I can go back to my blog post and pull it up and go, oh, yeah, okay, this is how it works. But hopefully also to help others avoid the same pitfalls that I hit, right? If I can help somebody else learn something or get them faster to the point they want to be, then that's a win in my opinion. Okay. Next is actually creating. So that last bullet point there kind of flows into this. Imagination is going to create your reality. So when you create things, that's going to help solidify those things more and help you use them better. So sharing your art in some facet, whatever feels most comfortable, creating content, mentor, or get up in front of students and teach, share your perspective in one way or another, even just talking to people in a room, getting together with groups that are like-minded and help inspire, can help kind of share your perspective and your voice there. Contribute to something. So find a project or whatever, or a group you can help with. Find or create your path. So again, you need to determine what avenues and what ways you want to give back to the community, and find those and go for them. That's a way of giving back, and it also helps solidify your learning and keep up the learning pace, right? So examples, I like to present, if you can't tell, but building content, a combination usually of slides and live coding or technical demos is something that I find really fun and I think is super powerful to audiences. Blogging and focusing in on technical aspects there, again, documenting my own learnings along the way. And recently I've kind of headed up the graphstuff.fm podcast at Neo4j, which usually invites guests, different technical guests from all walks of life and all different experiences to come onto the podcast, talk about their projects, talk about their work and their perspective on technology. And it's been really cool, really interesting, and a huge learning experience for me as well. So again, good ways to kind of create and turn around and give back. But you also need to set some boundaries. So it's good to step out of your comfort zone, but of course there are bad things too about it. If you step too far out of your comfort zone, sometimes that can be harmful or make things worse. And of course, if you're doing something you're not comfortable with, that's never a good situation, right? So there's good and bad, but you need to kind of determine where can I step out of my comfort zone that's good and healthy, right? There's going to be certain things you can or cannot sacrifice, and that's okay. Find those things, list those things, or at least subconsciously kind of determine those things and stick to them. Those can change over time. So things that I determined as I cannot sacrifice this, now maybe I can sacrifice, or vice versa. I can't sacrifice this now. Maybe sometime down the road, again, that will change. But just kind of realize it's okay to set some boundaries that make sense to you. And I love this a quote by Benjamin Britten to kind of back that up. The old idea of a composer suddenly having a terrific idea and sitting up all night to write, it's nonsense. nighttime is for sleeping. So he's kind of determined, okay, inspiration's great and all, but I need a good night's sleep and to be able to function the next day and to work better. This is what works for me, and this is what I need. And so therefore, he's not willing to compromise a night of sleep in order to, work on this fabulous idea. Maybe he does much better on that fabulous idea when he's gone with a full night of rest, right? So again, set those boundaries. Don't be afraid of those. Realizing though that they can change, and so at some point you may wake up and go, you know what, I'm okay accepting and going over this boundary, but I've added a new boundary. That's now I can't cross that line. Okay. And then as much as you can, pursue some opportunities. So I grew up hearing this quote a lot. Someone had told this to someone in my family. You don't say you're not good enough. You let them tell you you're not good enough. And this is not saying that you should take your value from others so they determine your self-worth. No, that's not it at all. This is saying don't talk yourself out of trying things. If something's not the right fit and you get a rejection, life will kind of guide you into the right one. So don't be afraid to try things, to go out for that group or to audition or to take an interview or do something. Let them tell you no. There's no reason you have to set those boundaries, right? So again, don't take your self-worth from others, but realize too that when one door closes, sometimes another one opens, right? We hear that all the time. And if you don't, try to open a door, you're never going to know which one which one works, right? So don't be afraid of trying those opportunities and testing things out and pushing yourself a little bit. You never know where those doors may lead. Okay, so I am a traditionally risk-averse person. I don't like taking huge risks. I take what I call calculated risks or planned risks or so on. You don't necessarily have to be, risk-averse or a big risk taker. There's all kinds of mixes out there, right? And do what's comfortable to you. But there's some ways that you can go about it if you tend to be risk-averse. So first off, I have a story. This is one I alluded to earlier on, but I mentioned that my second week at Neo4j, I was sent to London to meet the team and to kind of get some things under my belt and get started on things. And I ended up, a couple of my colleagues talked me into I willingly accepted, I will say, that I would co-lead a training while I was there. So again, second week, I knew nothing about Neo4j. I knew very little about graph databases. And here I am leading a training on Neo4j. But yes, they kind of talked me into it. I wouldn't have, gone up and said, hey, sign me up to do this. But on the other hand, I was like, you know what, this would be a good learning opportunity. And I also realized that another colleague was there in the room leading the training. They were supposed to be leading the training from the outset. And then, before people even suggested that I had to jump in and try to do it. So I ended up doing it, but I realized that, okay, yes, this seems super risky. Looking back on it, it's like, why in the world would I, where was my risk averse nature at that point in time? But I had a safety net. The other colleague was there. So if I misspoke or if I kind of went down the wrong trajectory or whatever, that person could help me and say, actually, no, this is the way it is, or here's the understanding. So it would improve my understanding. So again, that whole kind of teaching to learn aspect of it. There was a safety net there. My colleague was there so that I knew I couldn't completely fail, right? Even if I misspoke, said certain things wrong, whatever, I couldn't completely fail. I wouldn't, people wouldn't walk out of there not learning anything, right? So again, calculated risk. It was a risk for sure, but very calculated. I knew I had a safety net there. If you want to, have some plans in place. So plan A, plan B, plan C, as long down the list as you need. I tend to be a multi-planner, backup planner, some sort of thing. So if that's you, by all means, build those backup plans. So when something goes wrong, you're prepared and can kind of step in and say, okay, I know what to do. Here's how to go about that. So, and you can set your level. If you prefer small risk, that means that you're likely to see a small reward on the other side, but there's also small risk for failure. If you take a big risk, there's a big reward that could be in store, but there's also a big opportunity for large failure, right? This quote by Dmitry Shostakovich, a creative artist works on his next composition because he was not satisfied with his previous one. So again, if you're completely satisfied with what you did, you'd never try to do anything else, right? So take on those new things. If you are nervous about them, or you need to have those plan A, B, C in place, by all means do that. But continue to refine your craft, and that means taking some sort of risk in order to improve. If at first you don't succeed, we always hear try again. So Bach says, well, actually, I've already mentioned this quote today. So you have to kind of work at it sometimes. I have another story to give briefly. A few weeks ago, I had a presentation that I gave, and my machine completely froze up while I was live coding. Total disaster. Nothing I could have done to prevent it, but it just completely fell apart. I really felt kind of down afterward. It's like, man, I didn't showcase the technology and the skill as well as I could have. But you know what? I just went back to the drawing board. Plan, execute, perform, and then repeat that. Sometimes things don't go as well. Sometimes you fall flat. But get up and do it again. But you also have the quote, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. Maybe tweak something. In technology, we're kind of used to, writing a code and then testing it and going, okay, that didn't work. Tweak this tiny small thing and try it again. Okay, tweak this other small thing, this other variable, let's try it again. And so you're not doing exactly the same thing over and over, although it sometimes feels like it. But again, tweak your approach, tweak the path a little bit. And then sometimes if you just really hit a wall, try something else. Walk away for a while, either for a day, few hours, or whatever, or weeks if you need to, and go down a different path. And then maybe you'll circle back on that thing, later on. The biggest success stories, the people that we admire the most, are those who overcame challenges, which means you're going to have to just go after it again and give it another shot and see if it works that time. And if not again, okay, tweak something, try a new approach, and do it again. Or if you decide that's not worth it, then just head down a different path. Okay, finding opportunities. This is easier said than done. So I kind of mentioned it's kind of hard to find ways to practice your craft. There's going to be some opportunities you'll be like, well, that kind of sounds like fun. Be willing to try it. Do it. Of course, you want to say yes to things. You do have to watch on the flip side that you don't say yes to everything, right? But saying yes to some things can be really good, even tangentially related. Things that don't seem directly related still can help you. I've mentioned a few cases where that's occurred in my life. Tag along with a friend. So if you have somebody that's interested, hey, come out and do this thing with me. If you're willing to step a little bit out of your comfort zone in that way, do it. Join them. You might learn something there. Find a mentor or a group, online chats or forums. People are constantly looking for help or ways to improve their projects, or somebody to look at their projects or proofread this. Find those groups and see if there's opportunities for you to take on there. So Joseph Haydn said, there was no one near to confuse me, so I was forced to become original. Again, finding the things that mean the most and that make sense and are comfortable to you. Now, there's going to be some things too that you have to kind of forget it, drive on. So I heard a lot growing up Fido, which I heard this G-rated version of this saying. There's a much worse one out there. But sometimes haters are just going to hate. How somebody treats you is more a reflection on them than it is you. So something's wrong with them. And maybe someone was mean to them. Maybe they rolled out of bed on the wrong side. Maybe they spilled their breakfast or their coffee. Who knows? Or maybe you just wore the wrong shirt that day for them. But anyway, it's more a reflection on them than you. And you have to kind of remember that and refocus. Keep doing what you're doing and moving forward and moving that needle for you. There's going to be some outside expectations. By all means, you have to operate somewhat in the realms of society, right? But there's going to be some things that society or people or experts in some field will say, do or don't do this because of a certain criteria, because you're this way or that way, you're an introvert or an extrovert, or you're, whatever. And sometimes you don't always have to live by those, or at least not 100% of the time, right? So be genuine, try to be true to yourself. And of course, be respectful about that. I've also added a point here that credibility and respect are extremely hard to build, and they are very easy to lose. So whatever you can, try to be tactful and professional and kind to others around you, because that credibility and respect can be gone like that. And it's very, very hard to build back. However, on the flip side of that, you still need to operate in what feels true and genuine to yourself as well. So good, it's hard balance, but one we have to work on. So some closing thoughts. Remember that it is never too late to learn something new, to change your path or your career entirely. You can add value to the conversation, no matter where your background, even if you're new to something, it doesn't matter. You still have a perspective and a voice that you can add something for others out there. And then carve out your space, figure out what works for you, what you're passionate about, what you enjoy, what you want to do, and then own that space. Don't let somebody talk you out of it because you don't feel like you're super confident or good at it. Again, you have value to add to that conversation. Own whatever it is you want to do and want to focus on, and just do it. So my contact information's there in the lower left again. Thank you so much for listening to my thoughts on this. I hope that you go forward and do wonderful things. And I can't wait to see where technology goes next. Thanks so much.
Hello, Jennifer. Hello again.
Hi.
Thank you so much for the awesome talk. So, we got some minutes left. So, would you mind jumping into a quick Q&A with us?
Yeah, not at all.
Perfect. Happy to hear that. So, first question from the audience. What motivates you to continue growing and advancing in your tech career?
That's a good question, actually. So part of it is just a little bit of what kind of makes up me. I like learning things. And so if I want to know more about something, or I want to, not necessarily be an expert, but if I want to help answer other people's questions better, that's going to motivate me to learn those topics better. In my case, a lot of times I'll work on something and it bugs me when I can't solve something, as I think a lot of developers kind of work in, right? We write code. It's like, why didn't this work? And we're up late at night. We're going, why didn't that work? And it's going to bother us until we solve that puzzle, right? And so I think part of that is something else. But if you don't feel that necessarily, look for ways that you can kind of share and give back to other people. A lot of times, if you're not necessarily dependent on that, but if that's what helps you thrive, is to help others learn, or to bring others up. We always hear rising tide helps all boats, right? So if that's where you're passionate and what drives you, by all means, look for ways to share your message and share your thoughts and your things out there too. I think also just the fast-paced industry that is technology. It moves so quickly. And I think a lot of times there's a little bit of maybe fear of falling behind, but also just to try to learn what's new, see what's new, to build better systems, to write better code, to help people do better things with technology is just, I find, super interesting. And so that also helps as well. I'm not glued to, tech news, day in and day out necessarily, but just kind of keeping up with general things and talking to different people, you're naturally going to soak in some of those things as well. And then just finding ways to apply those. So I hope that answers the question.
I think so. Thank you so much for answering it.
Mhm.
We got another question from
Okay.
the audience. Short and pregnant, how do you find a mentor? Any tips?
That's an excellent question as well. So when I was starting out, kind of first off, there were always people I kind of looked up to. I'll say, as with any of us, right? Even if that's, somebody on social media, or, somebody in your family or a friend group or so on. So you always kind of mimic some of the things that they do because you see certain things that they do as being successful. And so I still consider that a mentor, even if they're not kind of directly talking to you and feeding into your career. You're still picking up things from them, right? Then when I started at my first job in tech at Edward Jones, I had some really great colleagues, and I just kind of would sit with them or sit with one person or another that I got along with really well. And they would kind of show me things, or here's how you do this, or we would just kind of sit and chat as they were coding. So again, it ended up being a mentorship, but it wasn't anything super formal. Even now, I have lots of mentors, I would say, around me. But there's even people you can learn from on social media or YouTube channels, right? You can find that person and kind of soak up their learnings, even if they don't necessarily know who you are or how they're mentoring you. It doesn't have to be a direct link where you set up, monthly chats or whatever. I will also say, I've seen some companies now, several of them, mine included, that are offering mentorship programs internally. So if there's a way to get involved there, if there's not, maybe just find a local tech group, or see if there's a group of tech people that get together within your company, and see if you can kind of pinpoint, one person. And again, it doesn't have to be a formal offer of mentorship. It just needs to be somebody you can talk tech and kind of share ideas back and forth, or kind of get their second opinions on things or decisions, and so on. So that's kind of the way I would approach it. Again, it doesn't have to be super formal in that respect. There's lots of ways somebody can mentor you.
Yes, thanks for that. Talking about like people on YouTube and stuff, do you have any specific like tech tubers or bloggers in mind when you give that advice?
There's a few so I work a lot with Java language, and so there's a few in that space that I can think of, like Billy Carando's like sip of Java segments, as well as some other kind of short YouTube clips. I actually tend to read more content than I consume video content, but there's a few people that I follow that kind of put short clips out there. Or even just, longer segments. I go back a lot of times and listen to Neo4j content, which I know is like, oh, you work for Neo4j. Why would you sit and listen to their content? But there's some really great stuff to help me learn. Again, technology is very broad, and Neo4j has a lot of technologies and solutions and products, and just seeing what internal and external people are doing with the technology is super valuable there.
Right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's tackle another audience question. If you would have the opportunity to do both in parallel, music and development, would you do it? I love painting and want to build a small business there, but I love being in tech field too. That ended up taking my whole time. I'm also a mother. That makes it even harder.
Yeah. So, yes, I probably would have done it. There are things that I definitely miss about music. I don't get to play near as much as what I had hoped or intended. I'm also a mom, so that kind of takes time away and time out from other things I like to do right now, at least. But I miss kind of playing for special events, and I miss teaching music lessons, and I miss just kind of playing for fun and working on refining. It was kind of a mental release for me. So I think to do a better balance of both, I would definitely go for. I don't know that I want to sacrifice, what I'm doing with technology. I really like the work that I'm doing in tech, and I don't necessarily want to, carve that back, at least not too far, right? Or give that up for sure. So I think there has to be, some form of balance to that. And whichever balance feels more genuine or more realistic to you. If you need to focus, 60-40 or 80-20 or 95-5, or whatever life kind of throws at you, be comfortable with that and say, at some point that may change, and maybe I could lean more percentage weight on the other thing at some point in the future too. So, I think being able to do, I don't find that there is one single passion for me. There's lots of things I enjoy doing. I like reading. I like cooking. I like horseback riding, all sorts of things. And you can't do it all. So I think you kind of have to pick and choose. At this point in time, at least, I'm going to sacrifice this thing for now. I still enjoy it. I hope to get back to it at some point. But this is where I want to pour my effort and my focus in at this point.
Yeah, the trouble with only having 24 hours per day.
Right, right.
Maybe we can one time.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
overcome
if
this.
somebody figures out, time travel or time
Yeah.
turners, by all means, let's go for it. But yeah, until then, we're
The
stuck
time
kind of.
turner's awesome.
Yeah.
Hermione. Let's phone her real quick.
Uh-huh.
All right. Jennifer, thank you also for that.
Yeah.
And we have time for one more question. It already
Okay.
came up with Joanna also earlier, but maybe also to you. How can companies create more inclusive environments for women in tech? Do you have any
Um,
experience with that?
So I think some of that is changing. Over time we'll see kind of things morph, and as I think more women get into it, we are kind of setting the stage, for the next wave, right? Of women in tech. And so as much as you can, operate within society, do your job, work hard, everything that you would do no matter what industry you were doing it in, right? Um there's still things you can learn from everybody surrounding you. When I worked at Edward Jones, um, there was one lady in particular on my team who had been a developer for 20 plus years. And it's like, okay, it feels still like there's a long way to go sometimes, but you think about, what earlier on in technology, some of those uphill battles or challenges that they faced, and it's inspiring, as well as it's like, okay, things will continue to improve. When I'm in this industry 20 plus years, where will it be? Who knows? But things will kind of continue to get better, and again, remembering that not so long ago in history, it was different, right? And so, things will change. They'll get there, even though it seems, frustrating and slow sometimes. Um, but I think just kind of focusing in on the technology, focusing in on being open to new ideas and to new perspectives as we get more diversity, whether that's, through gender or other avenues, you're going to pull in more and new ideas. And I think there's something valuable and something you can learn from all of them. Um, so I think that's really important, that companies can kind of view that as well as just individual, people working and operating within those companies. If we can see that, diverse backgrounds and diverse thoughts and processes can bring value and add to the conversation, I think that's naturally going to create a more inclusive environment for everybody.
Right. Thank you. I like your point of view with like looking back at the steps that already have been taken and like improve on them and work with them.
Yeah.
Jennifer, thank you so much for getting up this early for us and having this awesome talk.
Absolutely. Thank you. It was fun.
Hope it was a nice morning coffee for you.
Yes,
our little
absolutely.
conference.
Mhm.
Perfect. All right. Then enjoy the rest of the day and hopefully we see each other again on another live day.
Thank you so much. Thanks all.
Thank you, Jennifer. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. And now we come to the final speaker of the day. She's director and AI specialist at Microsoft. She's responsible for strategic and innovative customer AI projects, worked already at Cisco, Google, and AWS. And oh, by the way, she also invented a solar-powered infant incubator for premature infants in developing countries. Very, very welcome, Simi.
Wonderful. Awesome. Thank you for the amazing introduction. So first of all, I guess happy International Women's Day to everyone on. I'm, super excited to be here on such an important day. So, let's jump in, right?
All right, Simi. Then
Sounds good.
then let's jump right in.
Cool. So thank you for joining today's session, right? Inside the AI revolution, how Microsoft is empowering the world to achieve more. So I will start by introducing the Microsoft team that we have here on the call. So you'll see Matthew Boutlier a little bit later, but Matt actually speaks several languages. He has a PhD in linguistics. Then he realized he didn't want to work in academia and transferred his knowledge to learning language models. So, really excited to have him here as well. And he's going to lead some live and exciting demos for us. So great. So, and then my name is Simi Labisi. I've worked in the tech industry pretty much all my career, and I know I got this great intro, so I don't have to kind of go over that part. But, really kind of what I do in the tech world is help customers innovate with technology. And so in my current role, along with Matt, we're both part of Microsoft's AI Global Black Belts organization. Kind of alluding to the incubator thing that the introducer just mentioned. I think I'll tell a little story about that and kind of share how it relates to today. So I'm originally from Nigeria. I was born there, and I actually grew up in Saudi Arabia and lived there for about 10 years before coming to the US in high school. So good afternoon to everyone and good morning to me. But my background is in biomedical engineering. And so one of my first ventures in the tech world was building this solar powered infant incubator. And I did that because I was actually born 3 months premature in Nigeria. And my dad arrived at the hospital late. And when he got there, the nurses told him that, I wouldn't survive because they didn't have an incubator in the hospital. And one of the nurses said she knew there was an incubator at the University of Lagos Hospital. So my dad actually took me there, carried me in the palm of his hand, because at the time I weighed about 1 kilo. And he got in a taxi to get to the University Hospital. So long story short, he ended up having to run the last mile because of traffic. And so this story really inspired me as I got older. And that inspired me to jump into my first project of building a solar-powered incubator for premature infants in developing countries. And so because of my story and my history, I'm super passionate about leveraging technology to change lives. And I really do think that AI is the next technology that can and already is changing our lives. So it can really make a significant impact and a significant difference in every industry. So let's jump in and learn more about it. So I guess before we get started, I want to kind of spend some time framing the session a little bit. And so I'm curious if people want to put in the chat, how many of you have used ChatGPT and how you've used it. I'm very curious. For anyone on YouTube who, for example, hasn't used it, I'll talk about that a little bit. So I explained it to my mom by saying that it's basically like an endless dictionary that you can have a conversation with, right? And so ChatGPT really made AI mainstream. And since then, AI adoption is up, AI investment is up, and this wave of AI has everyone thinking about what does it mean for them and how will it shape the future of their industries. And so in my opinion, there's really a lot of buzz about AI, but not enough about how businesses across industries can actually leverage it or are leveraging it today. So really, it's up to all of us to ensure that we understand the power of AI, that, and basically like what today is about is to help you learn more about what people or companies are actually doing with AI today. So I'll do this really by sharing actual examples and use cases and case studies, and Matthew's going to do a demo for us. And this will at least show what Microsoft customers are doing with AI today. So during the presentation, I have the agenda up here. We'll start with why AI matters. We'll learn about how Microsoft is enabling everyone to use AI. And then we'll dive into the tools Microsoft offers to help you build AI solutions. And then finally, generative AI is really hot, right? Since that's the hottest topic, I'll show you how businesses are using large language models, also known as LLMs like ChatGPT, to improve how they work internally and externally. So let's get started. And really to kick things off, I kind of wanted to actually take a step back for a moment, right? I know there are a lot of developers in this audience who already know all of this or some of this, so just bear with me. My boyfriend always says I'm talking in code, so I think it's good if we just take a moment to learn more about AI, start with why AI matters, and review some of the AI lingo and define the terms before I start throwing, 2-letter acronyms at you, right? So I'm going to be using these a lot throughout the presentation. So I'm going to try to explain this just in the simplest way for anybody who, needs a refresher or, an easy definition of these topics, right? So artificial intelligence, I'll start with, it's really just a form of computer science where the goal is to make machines or computers just as smart or even smarter than humans. So it's when computers can do things that normally need human intelligence to get done. So this means that computers can learn, understand, and solve problems just like people do. So the computer can do things like play games, it can answer questions, and it can even talk to you, similar to ChatGPT. And one thing I'll say about artificial intelligence is that companies have a lot of data, on their customers and on their internal and processes and business operations. But really, in order to draw conclusions from that data, right, people would have to sit there and study all of the data. And AI is really about unlocking the value of data to make things happen a lot faster than if a human tried to do it on their own. All right, and so we'll go through some examples of that today. Then machine learning, I'll go through as well, is a subset of AI where these machines can learn from the data that you've given them. And based on what's happened in the past, these machines or computers can make decisions or predictions. And then we'll go to deep learning. So, deep learning is a way for computers to learn and get smarter, just like how you learn in school. So imagine if you could teach a computer to recognize different animals like cats and dogs, just by showing it pictures of lots of cats and dogs. And then the computer would look at the pictures, learn what makes a cat and what makes a dog, right? And then you show it a new picture and it can tell you if it's a cat or a dog. So that's what deep learning really does. It helps computers learn and get better at doing things by themselves. And the last one is generative AI, right? Also known as generative or Gen AI. And so this is the hottest topic right now. It's a subset of AI where machines or computers can create pictures or music or stories and videos based on your description of what you imagine. And, one thing I'll just define as well that's not on the slide is the cloud, right? So in the past, companies had to build their own data centers, which cost like millions of dollars just to house their data. And there are lots of different problems with this. One example is that a lot of times you have to spend a lot of money to overbuild to make room for your future data that you didn't even have yet. And with, the cloud, now companies can store their data in the cloud and only pay for the amount of space they're actually using at any given moment. So Azure, which you'll hear a lot, Microsoft has named its cloud service Azure. Microsoft, Google Cloud Platform, Amazon Web Services, Oracle, those are all examples of cloud service companies or cloud providers that companies can leverage to store their data and do cool things like build artificial intelligence app using their own data. So, I think it may seem to some people that AI is brand new, but I want to clarify that it's actually really old. So the field has been developing since 1950. It's over 70 years old and basically old enough to run for president in America. So this really, it isn't a new era. It's just like a new moment or chapter in AI. And so let's talk a little bit about how did we get here? And so here's some of the significant milestones or previous chapters that got us to the inflection point that we see today. So in 1950, Alan Turing invented the Turing test to determine if a computer could pass for a human in written linguistic fluency. Then in 1959, Arthur Samuel from IBM coined the term machine learning, which we just talked about. In 2006, Geoffrey Hinton from the University of Toronto invented fast learning algorithms and actually came up with the term deep learning to explain how AI based on ML can learn like a human. But I will say that the concept of deep learning existed far earlier than that. And then in 2014, the Generative Adversarial Network, GAN, was introduced by Ian Goodfellow. And this is where two neural networks play a game against each other. And the goal of the game is for one network to imitate a photo and trick its opponent into believing it's real. And more recently, in 2021, generative AI enabled us to create new written, visual, and auditory content based on prompts and existing data, just like ChatGPT. So generative AI technology is advancing incredibly quickly, and it's grabbing headlines like literally every day. I work with Matthew as well and a team of AI experts, and we like to joke that our team chat is kind of like TMZ for AI, right? As soon as anything comes out, we know about it right away. And so these experiences that are based on large language models like ChatGPT have really taken the world by storm. And part of that is because they can draw from a vast store of data, leveraging the massive computing power available today in the cloud very quickly. And so the real tangible impact like this, the real tangible impact technology like this can drive is actually like extremely exciting right now. And so global spending on AI is expected to surpass 300 billion by 2026. And AI is not just for tech people anymore. We've seen this technology break through with consumers too. And AI, like what we've seen today, is truly poised to reinvent our lives and reinvent every industry. So when we look at AI, we're starting to see 4 key areas where AI can impact business. And these are the 4 key areas where Microsoft's products are really making an impact. So the first transformation opportunity is enriching employee experience through collaboration and productivity. And so M365 Copilot is a great example of this. When I miss a meeting at work, I'm able to just ask Copilot to summarize the meeting for me and generate meeting notes. The second transformation opportunity is reinventing customer engagement. So AI it will, and it already really has started reinventing customer engagement. And later I'll share a demo of how AI can help customer service agents find the relevant information to help the customer with, very specific question. And the third transformation bucket is reshaping business processes. And later I'll address this one as well and share an example of how AI reshaped the process in a farm in Denmark. And the final transformation bucket is how AI can bend the curve of innovation. So businesses can use AI to innovate with new products and services and really create more value for their customers. So as technology really continues to evolve, there's a great opportunity for organizations to lead the way in the AI transformation. And it's important for organizations and individuals to learn, a lot about AI and fully utilize the potential of AI while also ensuring the safety and security of their businesses, their data, and their employees. So really that's where we at Microsoft can help. And our mission at Microsoft is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And so nowadays, a lot of companies cater to a niche market. And one of the reasons I joined Microsoft is because they truly want to be for everybody on this planet. They're one of the only companies who are touching the whole world. And Microsoft has invested in AI innovation for years. They spent decades in research and development. They're committed to not just AI, but responsible AI. And as a result, Microsoft is trusted by AI leaders like OpenAI and many others. And so you might have heard of OpenAI. And so, for example, OpenAI builds and trains all of their AI models and experiences using the AI infrastructure of Microsoft Azure. And so the two companies are collaborating to develop AI technologies, advance AI research, and make AI more accessible to everyone. And so Microsoft has used Azure AI to bring an AI-powered experience to pretty much all of Microsoft products. And you've probably already used some of these capabilities to help you be more efficient. So for example, each month in Microsoft Teams, Azure AI transcribes over 54 million hours of meetings, like in real time. And then with PowerPoint, each day, people create up to 4 million PowerPoint slides using our AI-powered designer feature. And there's also Microsoft 365 Copilot, which I mentioned, and Copilot Studio, but we could talk about these tools another day. So what I want to actually highlight today is that at Microsoft, we're not only embedding AI into our own solutions, we're equally focused on helping our customers create apps of their own. So the building blocks, right, of all of the AI experiences within Microsoft's products are Azure AI. And with Azure AI Studio, you can learn or also just leverage Azure AI services to create your own apps. So I want to actually kick things off with a quick video about our Azure AI portfolio.
We're witnessing the shift of generative AI. From a niche technology in the hands of a few to an accessible technology businesses are harnessing to benefit the many. Now you can tap into this opportunity to gain an AI advantage, get to market fast, do it right, and do so responsibly, safely, and securely. Copilots are becoming an AI category in and of themselves, and today you can build custom copilots to serve the exact needs of your customers and employees. Bringing content generation to all kinds of apps to supercharge creativity. Designing contextual experiences that impress and captivate. And freeing people to focus on their highest value work. This is Azure AI Studio, the place to build your copilots, where you can confidently apply the latest state-of-the-art and open source models. Easily ground responses in your data, knowing privacy is protected. Deliver multimodal interactions beyond text alone that feel more natural. And build on a foundation of trust through every step of app development. The possibilities with AI are limitless. Build your own copilots with Azure AI. Let's do generative AI right together.
Great. So before we actually get too far, one of the main questions about AI is data privacy. And so this is by far the most heavily discussed topic, and rightly so. So here's what you can count on, at least when customers are using Azure AI or when you partner with us on anything. So with Azure AI, your data is your data. Your data from any fine-tuning is not used to train the AI foundation models. And your data is protected by the most comprehensive enterprise and compliance and security controls that exist today. So let's get that out of the way. And the video I just played just, scratches on the surface of Azure AI. So what exactly is Azure AI? And I'll highlight some of my favorite Azure services that are orange on this slide. And so OpenAI service, for example, enables developers and organizations to access and use the most advanced AI models in the world. So that includes ChatGPT, GPT-4, and others. All of the Microsoft Copilot offerings we showed earlier and the other Microsoft AI solutions that are in our tools today, they use Azure OpenAI service. And so you can apply these language models to a variety of use cases. For example, chat with your data is a use case that we'll discuss later. Azure OpenAI service also includes DALL-E, which generates images from a text prompt or description. And some of you might have seen Sora, and soon it'll include Sora as well, and you can generate videos from a description. Then AI search, that really brings an AI-powered cloud search experience to mobile and web app development. AI speech, that includes taking things from speech to text and text to speech, and translation from hundreds of different languages, as well as speaker recognition. Vision enables you to really distill actionable information from images. So I'll explain that one a little bit more. And for example, I worked on a use case leveraging vision in a popular car brand factory. And vision enabled them to leverage AI to inspect parts as they're in the production line and identify defective parts much earlier in their production process, and also without any human intervention. Then document intelligence is an AI-powered document extraction service that understands your forms, it automates data processing, and so much more. And then language. So language really helps to easily evaluate sentiment, extract information, classify text, understand conversational language, answer questions, and more. And then when I say sentiment, analysis, so for example, our call center solution listens to the call and can tell you the customer sentiment at the beginning and end of the call. So maybe when they called in, they were angry, and by the end of the call, they were appreciative. And it can collect this kind of data on thousands of calls per day. And that's an example of how AI can understand emotions and how your customers are feeling about your business. And then translate. So that easily conducts machine translation to translate text and documents with a simple REST API call. And overall, to keep it simple, all of the services on this slide are part of Azure AI, and they're all in a platform we call Azure AI Studio, which is our platform where we bring together over 17 products under one roof. And so Azure AI Studio is the place where developers can build and deploy all of their AI solutions and get AI to market much faster. So you can check out the AI Studio platform today and literally start experimenting with all of the AI services on this slide. So now that I've gone through some of the Azure AI services, let's take a look at some examples of what customers are actually building today using those services and tools I just shared. And it's always great to hear from customers themselves. So CarMax is one example of a customer leveraging Azure AI today. So let's actually hear from CarMax in their perspective on the impact Azure AI has made for them.
Carboy can get overwhelmed. The challenge that we had was that we only could create so much content. There's manual effort, there's research, the writing, there's the proofreading.
Our writers can only produce so much content a month. It would have taken them years to produce enough pages to be relevant.
Azure OpenAI service allows us to summarize all of the custom reviews and put it in a simple to read and understandable sentence.
We're able to take content and feedback from a lot of other customers, curate it, and create this very tailored content for a specific car.
Through the fine-tuning process, we're at 80% of the content goes through without a human needing to be involved. We're estimating an individual would take 11 years to do what OpenAI service has done in days. We have seen a significant increase in our search engine optimization.
Now, the editorial team, they're able to focus their time on the areas most beneficial to the company and to our customers. There's so much possibility with OpenAI service. We're innovating at a scale, at a pace like never before. This is going to change everything we do.
So as you can see, the impact, right, of Azure AI is real. And if I haven't said it enough, organizations across all industries are seeing the benefits of AI already today. So CarMax, for example, I know we might have missed a little bit of audio in the beginning of that video, but it really just showed us how AI enabled them to do what would have taken 11 years before to several days. And they deployed Azure OpenAI service on top of their vast customer review database to quickly generate unique summaries for the cars available on their website. Another good example of a customer leveraging Azure OpenAI is Strawbag. And they use the service to create a solution that allows them to assess the potential impacts of a construction project in its earliest stages by comparing it against all their realized projects, therefore minimizing the risk that comes with the project. And so with actually just 3 months of data, the algorithm they built with Azure OpenAI can predict risk with 80% accuracy. And then Ernst & Young, or EY, is using intelligent document automation with its clients in their new contract auditing service. So this actually saves clients an average of 250,000 hours of manual work, which is pretty amazing. And so let's actually go ahead and take a look at a customer in the agricultural industry, which I mentioned earlier. And so this is a very interesting use case from Denmark.
Agriculture is at a crossroads. On one hand, you have innovation, sustainability, progress. On the other, you have sticking to what we know, age-old tradition, and risk being left behind. At SEGES, we made that choice years ago, and we've devoted ourselves to it ever since. We want to make a difference in agriculture. As the leading agricultural knowledge and innovation center in Denmark, we want to help farmers be more sustainable and innovative. Combining data and AI, we found a new way to do it, to help farmers take the innovation road and never look back.
SEGES Innovation specializes in helping farmers and food manufacturers to run their business in a more sustainable way. To do that, we use data, huge amounts of data. We spent decades on building massive data sets on cows, dairy, beef, crops, and a lot more. To make sense of all these data, we have put together a data science team. They're tasked with understanding the data and turning it into products and models that we can use to support our partners.
For years, SEGES had an on-premise legacy solution that was hard to maintain and hard to work with. Using Azure Machine Learning, we built an MLOps platform that helps them train, test, and productionalize machine learning models in the easiest possible way. The MLOps platform simplifies the process of using data to develop and test new machine learning models and makes it easier to build them into software products. It also connects to Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform, which allows us to connect to Azure Data Lake Storage Generation 2 and services like Azure Synapse Analytics and Azure Databricks. Another really cool thing we did as part of the collaboration was to build a repeatable MLOps framework that allows SEGES to get up and running really quickly with new use cases without having to reinvent the wheel each time.
This platform is allowing us to significantly optimize the machine learning lifecycle. Maintenance costs are down by more than 95%, and the direct cost of running a model have been reduced by more than 80%. Before, all machine learning models were retrained and deployed manually. Now, we have completely automated these processes, allowing us to automatically retrain, test, and deploy models as often as we like. As a result, the average time between retrain has gone from 6 months down to a single day, which is a massive benefit for our users.
Most importantly, we're even better at helping our farmers to be more sustainable and efficient. We can now predict high-risk cows and detect diseases early, up to 90% of the time. Ultimately, this helps the farmers the food producers, and the organizations to transform our sector and make it better day by day.
So this is really what inspires us, right? Stories like this and seeing such amazing companies bringing Gen AI solutions to production. And so they're really leading their industries. They're already differentiating their products and services with the help of Azure AI. And so you might have seen in Microsoft's earnings call that there are now over 53,000 organizations using Azure AI, using multiple services and tools across the portfolio. And so Azure OpenAI service alone, released actually just last year, and we're coming up on the anniversary, it has already been adopted by over 50% of Fortune 500s, and that's just incredible. And when we look at the total value of multiple Azure AI capabilities coming together, so that's our pre-built services and machine learning, Forrester found 150% increase in work output. And there's a full, TEI or total economic impact report that I can share with more details as well if anyone is interested. So I want to actually focus the rest of the customer use cases and examples on generative AI, also known as Gen AI. And so on my team, we're really quickly seeing AI conversations hone in on the how to build Gen AI applications. People also want to know how other customers and industries are using Gen AI. So let's go ahead and dive into Gen AI case studies. And so let's actually talk about, the use cases, right? There are endless possibilities and the exploration really is nonstop. So let's just talk through the top 10 use cases we're seeing today. So content creation and design. Generative AI has really revolutionized content creation by generating high quality images and videos and graphics. And this automates the creative process, really saving time and resources. And number 2, accelerated automation. So providing employees with reliable automated support leads to increased efficiency, improved work life, and reduced operational costs. And then personalized marketing. So personalization really increases the chance of the chances of customer engagement and conversion, and significantly improves marketing effectiveness. So generative AI enables businesses to deliver hyper-personalized marketing campaigns and tailor content to each individual's preferences. Chatbots and virtual assistants, the next one. So chatbots and virtual assistants can understand and respond to customer questions, provide recommendations, offer personalized support, and this enhances the customer service experience by reducing wait times and boosting customer satisfaction and loyalty. And then product and service innovation, staying innovative and meeting evolving customer demands is essential for business success. And for example, local reporters used to be specialists. They focused their time on investigation and writing. And today they need to be generalists who can create written content, video content, and they have to know how to maximize viewership on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, and potentially many other distribution channels. So now they can automate those processes and focus really on investigative journalism. Then we have language translation and natural language processing. And in our globalized world, businesses can now use generative models to accurately translate content in real time, enabling communication across borders and bridging language barriers. Fraud detection and cybersecurity. So businesses now are really facing constant threats from fraudsters and cyber attacks. And by analyzing patterns and anomalies in large data sets, businesses can actually leverage generative models to detect and prevent fraud, safeguard sensitive information, and protect their digital assets. And then predictive analytics and forecasting. So accurate predictions and forecasting are vital for effective decision-making and operational efficiency. And by analyzing historical data and identifying patterns, businesses can leverage generative algorithms to make accurate predictions and informed decisions, optimizing supply chain management, inventory forecasting, and demand planning. Then we have creative writing and content generation. So businesses and content creators can use models to generate articles, blog posts, advertising copy, images, and soon videos, right? Saving time for content creators and providing fresh content to engage their audience. And last but certainly not least, medical research and diagnosis. And the healthcare industry can benefit from quickly diagnosing diseases, potentially leading to faster and more accurate diagnoses, which will improve patient outcomes. And then researchers can utilize generative models to analyze medical images, detect abnormalities, and aid in the development of new treatments. So generative AI algorithms can also assist in diagnosing diseases by analyzing patient symptoms and medical records, potentially leading to more accurate and timely diagnosis. Okay, so those are the top 10 use cases we're seeing across generative AI, just to give everyone an idea. But Gen AI can't just be about technology for technology's sake, right? It should really solve real problems. And so it's important to slow down, take a step back, and ask, what are the pain points and what are the needs of our users? So the use cases on this slide are non-industry specific use cases. We call these user-centric use cases because they're focused on really solving actual pain points. Modern work is amazing, but there are some situations where technology is actually getting in the way. For example, there's so much information at work, and sometimes it feels like total information overload. And AI brings things together and helps people get the information that matters. I'm going to zoom in on at least 4 of these use cases in the interest of time that are very popular among our customer base and actually solve some of these pain points. So here's how AI really brings things together. And we'll start with chat with your data. This is by far one of the most common use cases our AI Global Black Belt team is seeing worldwide in all industries and every single kind of team you can think of. And this case is increasing productivity and saving time across the globe by enabling users to chat with their own data. And people are using it internally. They're also using it for their customers. So I'm going to pass the mic to our senior technical specialist, Matthew Boutelier, to show you a simple demo of how crazy fast you can create a chat with your data solution.
Hey, everybody. Super happy to be here. Thanks for having me on. I'm Matt Boutelier, a technical specialist in AI at Microsoft on Simi's team, like she said. Simi has asked me to do a little demo of something called Chat with Your Data. So right now we're in something called, if you can see my screen, right? Yeah, I'm sharing the screen. We're in something called Chat Playground in something called Azure OpenAI Studio. Simi mentioned ChatGPT a couple times earlier in her talk. I think everybody's pretty familiar with ChatGPT by now. You know, most of you have probably tried it out yourself, possibly on like the free version on OpenAI's website. You can just go on, create a free account, and start chatting away. And that's basically what this interface does. You can think of this as basically like ChatGPT sort of thing hosted in Microsoft Azure. You can see I have a GPT 3.5 turbo deployment in here. That's just like the specific incarnation of the GPT model that I have that I'm going to be talking to. There are a couple of things in here that I'm allowed to tweak that, as far as I know, you're not able to tweak on like the free OpenAI website version. Like, for example, there are some parameters here. Like if I want to enable the max response to be bigger, or I can change this parameter called temperature, which is kind of like the randomness of the response. A lower temperature means a less random, less creative response on the part of the language model, and a higher temperature from closer to 1 means that your responses are going to be more random, more creative. And so let's see what else. You also, I don't think you can change this on OpenAI, but this chat playground lets you edit the system message. So just to give you an example, let's say I'm talking to this thing. Hello. I don't know. How are you doing? As an AI, I don't have feelings. Okay, but I've kind of given it instructions here to tell it what it is. You're an AI assistant that helps people find information. I can modify this and say something like, you're an AI assistant that helps people find information. You always end a sentence with an exclamation point. I don't know, just something like that for fun. We'll apply these changes. And so now this new system message gets like passed with the message when I'm chatting with the thing. And so I say, I have to start over. I'll say, hello, how can I help you today? I don't know, what's the capital of Denmark? Capital of Denmark is Copenhagen. So it paid attention to this fact that I asked for an exclamation mark. But other than that, I'm basically just chatting with the language model itself. And that is not what I came here to demonstrate. So the language model itself doesn't have access to my data or anything like that. But Azure OpenAI Studio and Azure AI Studio in general has this feature called Add Your Data, where now instead of just talking to the model about like, whatever, I can actually kind of customize my experience, and I can give the model the opportunity to search data that I've uploaded, data or documents that I've uploaded into Microsoft Azure and built a search index with, so that when I'm chatting with this thing, it can actually respond based on information from my data or my documents that I know is like correct and established and I've vetted and everything. It's my data, right? And I want to be able to search it and chat with it. Like language models themselves, you can't necessarily trust that what they're going to say is like correct or true, right? They're a guy at Microsoft frequently refers to language models as a language calculator. Basically, they don't know if what they're saying is right or wrong. They just kind of generate output, right? And so sometimes that's great. Sometimes you just want a creative response, but sometimes you need your response to be grounded in something. And that's where we have this concept of groundedness. We're grounding our chat experience by adding our own data and ensuring that what comes back to us is actually based in some kind of reality. And so we can add a data source. So for this example, I didn't really know what would be sort of a fun document to work with. I'll a bit later, I'll talk through some kind of common use cases that real world customers are doing with this. But I did find this the official FIFA legal handbook from 2021. I thought this would be interesting because it's a gigantic book of like rules and technical regulations and things like that for soccer or football, if you're of that persuasion, and it's over 1,000 pages long. So I think it's pretty cool to showcase chatting with and searching over a document that's over 1,000 pages long. So this typically takes a couple minutes to like get uploaded, and you have to, if you don't already have a search resource created, you have to create a search resource and create an index. That can take like 3 to 5 minutes depending on how much information you have. So I'm not going to do it here. I've actually already done it. And so we'll pop over to this window where I have everything prepared. You can see that now I've added my data, and I'm chatting with a model. It's the same model, but now I have access to this index that contains only one document. The only document that it is indexed is this 2021 FIFA legal handbook. And also I've changed the system prompt a little bit. I said, you're an AI assistant that can answer questions about FIFA rules and regulations, just to make that explicit. Now let's try this again. Let's say, hello. I'm here to help you with any questions you have about FIFA rules and regulations. Okay. I mean, anybody can say that. Let's see if it actually works. I don't know. I wish I knew more about, let's see, how many players can be on the field at a time? That's kind of a pretty easy question, right? The number of players allowed on the field at a time during a football match is 11 for each team. Oh, okay. That's great. Let's see. Are there ever fewer than 22 players. Okay, no, there are never fewer than 22 players on the field during a standard football match. And as you can see, it's actually given me a citation from the handbook itself. This is the really cool thing. So I know that I'm not just getting information, from whatever data the model was trained on, but I'm having my data that I uploaded cited back to me. So I'm actually having a conversation with something that has access to that data. Let's say, it's a disciplinary sanction football that's shown to a player if a player receives 2 yellow cards. Let's ask one more question. A player can receive a yellow card for various reasons, et cetera, et cetera. And these all have the same citation here, probably because they're all from the same location. I can actually click this citation here, and it will give me the section in my data that it pulled the answer from. So this is not just a language model making something up and it happens to be right. This is actually pulled straight out of my data, but reformatted by the GPT language model in a way that I can understand and I can converse with in natural language, which is pretty cool. Thank you. Yeah, so that's it. So this was an example of chat with your data using this FIFA legal handbook. Obviously, I guess that this could be like a real life, realistic scenario use case for certain people, maybe for football, soccer coaches, I guess. I don't know if they're supposed to have this whole handbook memorized, but more typical use cases that we see are, for example, like if companies have, they have a lot of internal documentation for things like healthcare plans, their employees' healthcare plans, right? Maybe hundreds of pages on that, sometimes very technical. Sometimes that stuff is really hard to search. And so it is really great if employees have the opportunity to chat over that healthcare information. They can just log on and say, hey, I have plan XYZ, and ABC happened to me. What can I sort of file a claim for? What's covered, what's not covered, etc. Another really common use case is like a chat bot on your company webpage where customers can ask questions about your product line, where the data that you've uploaded and indexed and it can search over is information about the products that your company sells. Or something like engineers in your company that need to consult, best practices. You have a lot of documentation that you've built up over the years on best practices, rules and regulations that they're supposed to follow. And you want them all to be sort of working off a common source. They can actually chat. They can ask questions in here and the model will answer questions based on that documentation. So really amazing technology that sort of built on top of this chat GPT sort of technology. And this chat with your data is the technology that underpins all of the Copilot stuff that you've been hearing about, that Simi has talked about, and I think might talk a little bit more about. But yeah, that's it for me. This has been the chat with your data demo. I'm going to hand it back to Simi now. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thanks, Matt. I'll throw in another use case that I'm seeing a lot around chat with your data is for executives and leadership. They have a lot of dashboards and reporting that they, want to review every morning to get a pulse on their business. And instead of having to read through all the dashboards, they can now leverage our solutions to just chat with the data and ask the key questions and points that they're curious about. And that was great. But I think next time I'm gonna need to create like a chat with your data app for American football, since I still have no idea what the rules are, and all I do during the Super Bowl game is eat and drink and wait for the halftime show. But it's pretty amazing. You can do this with any kind of information. And so I'll give a virtual round of applause to Matt, Dr. Matt, I would say. And so the point of that demo was really to show you how easy it is, right, to chat with your data, save yourself having to read entire documents. And on our team, we actually have to be careful what processes we complain about. In fact, we complained about some processes so much that next week our leadership team set up an internal hackathon for our AI Global Black Belt team so we can actually solve our own problems. So, really great tools, but we need to be careful. So next, I'm going to take you through 2 customers who are using Chat with Your Data and how they're doing it. And I'm going to try to wrap things up here pretty quickly so we have time for questions. But the first one is Dentons, and Dentons is the largest legal firm in the world. They've had a very clear unmet user need to solve for, which is contract summarization. Their employees are literally drowning in documents. And so to develop what they call their Fleet AI application, they actually combine models. They use the new GPT-4 model through Azure OpenAI service and also Meta's Llama 2 model. And with their Fleet AI application, they were able to chat with their data, which took the time it takes for contract summarization from 4 hours to just 5 minutes with AI. And so this is what we're so excited to see. It's customers making the very most of the model flexibility Azure offers to create experiences that really set them apart in their industry. Perplexity is another example of a customer that's using Chat with Your Data. Let's skip this one for now in the interest of time. And then, one of the other use cases we're seeing a lot is intelligent call centers. So this is the ability to leverage AI to empower customer service with insights that help their customers get to a solution faster. So AI can listen to the call real time. And when a customer asks a question, it automatically searches the internal knowledge base and provides the answer to the call agent. It's able to do analytics and sentiment analysis and provide insights about the kinds of calls you get each day and how customers are feeling when they call in and when the call ends. So this makes the customer service process more efficient and provides companies with data on how they can improve their customer service process. So I'm going to show a demo video of this one.
Hello, and thank you for calling Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines. My name is Tarek. How may I assist you today?
Hi, I have questions about drink packages.
Sure, I'll be more than happy to help you with that. Can I have your first and last name, please?
Yes, it's Sarah Smith.
All right, thank you. And is your best callback number ending in 8497?
Yes.
Okay, and are you asking about the beverage package or a drink package with extra charges or complimentary drinks on board?
Can you please tell me what the different packages for wine and beer are and what comes with them? My husband and I don't drink a lot of alcohol, but I like to have a glass of wine at dinner.
Okay, let me take a look at that. If you could just give me a second here. So we do offer a variety of drink packages that include wine and beer. The deluxe beverage package does offer unlimited cocktails, beer, wine, non-alcoholic beverages, premium coffee and tea, and bottled water. Would that work for you?
I think that's more than I need. Would it be possible for me to bring my own bottle of wine on board, since my husband really doesn't drink at all?
Okay, I got that. Let me just take a look here. Yep, you are allowed to bring one sealed 750 ml bottle of wine or champagne per person on embarkation day.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a great day and enjoy your week exploring the Mexican Riviera.
Thank you. Take care.
So I'll stop it there and you get the point. As soon as she asked the question, it actually gave the agent the answer about their packages or their, packages, drink packages they offer. And this is just, we basically scraped the website of this cruise line to get information that customers might ask and just created this demo. The interface can look a different way. There's lots of things you could do with that, but that's just a quick idea to help you understand that use case. And then we talked a lot about Microsoft's copilots, and really customers are getting creative and bringing generative AI into their own custom app workflows for their users. And so this is another popular use cases. So we have some examples from Shell and Ally Bank. And so Shell has pretty much over 80,000 employees in over 70 countries. They use Copilot to build a platform that helps teams build and deploy LLM applications at scale using company knowledge. And so when releasing these tools to so many employees, they wanted to make sure no inappropriate or harmful responses or content was shared, and they were able to accomplish that leveraging Azure AI. Ally Bank has a lot of customer service associates who have taken or who have to take manual precautions to protect personal identifying information when they engage with customers. So things like a customer's address, their ID number, their social security number. And by leveraging Azure AI to build a Copilot, customer service associates were able to reduce the manual work involved in protecting customers' personal data, as Azure AI can protect that data automatically within our tools. The next pain point area is reasoning. And instead of having decision making be such a manual process, organizations are aggregating reason over multiple data sources to discover information faster, enrich decisions, and also enrich customer interaction. So let's take a look at some examples of this. So for example, search. A great example of applying search or AI search RAG techniques to a high quality Gen AI application is from PwC. And so PricewaterhouseCoopers is one of the leading professional services networks. They do accounting, auditing, human resources, consulting, strategy, all of the above. And they really needed to simplify their auditing process for clients in a way that felt effortless to clients. And they needed technology to work in the background and not bog down their clients. So through the combination of Azure OpenAI Service and Azure AI Search and others across the Azure AI portfolio, PwC was able to develop next generation audit. Is what they call it. And so what they did is turn petabytes of data across tens of thousands of clients into secure, simple, and efficient audit opinions, really on a massive scale. And so basically, they simplified the process for their clients. Heineken is a fun one. They have over 10,000 employees, and they're taking advantage of Azure OpenAI Service and Azure AI Search to build their own internal multilingual chatbot to help them bring workers and great ideas together across many different locations. And so they're becoming the best connected brewer by bringing massive discovery systems to their entire workforce, no matter where they are or what language they speak. And so what you'll kind of start to see is that a lot of these use cases blur together, whether it's a simple chat with your data function or discovery system like Heineken's. At the end of the day, generative AI can assist people in many different forms. And so customers are also leveraging information discovery to streamline operations like Siemens. And M&S is another example. But, let's jump through so we can have some time at the end. But one of the fifth and last use case was personalization or hyper-personalization. I don't think we'll have time to go through the customer stories on this one, but I want to share some examples just verbally of how customers are using hyper-personalization across multiple industries to tailor the customer experience and create recommendations for the customers or recommendation engines, right? So in today's world, businesses have to find new ways to meet customer expectations. So AI can enhance marketing and customer service through hyper-personalization. And retailers, right? That's another group. AI can analyze customer behavior and preferences to send targeted, hyper-personalized product recommendations that can improve sales and strengthen their brand loyalty. And beyond marketing and healthcare, for example, AI tools can quickly guide patients to relevant specialists based on their symptoms and on their medical history. And, in finance, for example, AI chatbots can actually direct customers to the relevant products based on the details of their financial situation. So by integrating AI, businesses can put their customers first with both marketing and service across multiple industries. So those are really, examples of the 5 use cases that can be used in any industry. Of course, there are more, but we wanted to highlight those. And so basically, we just went from data to learning with the chat with your data use case, from just having insights to intelligent reasoning and intelligent call center use cases, from drudgery or like boring and tough busy work to creativity, right, by building your own co-pilots, and then from turnover to retention with information discovery. And in this sense of hyper-personalization, you could take things from super generic to super contextual. And really, so that's the vision of Azure AI, to create real business outcomes. And our customers are really realizing these business outcomes with AI across every industry today. And customers from all around the world are embracing the technology to drive tangible value across every industry and every sector. And it's honestly amazing to see. And as you've seen really from these customer examples, the use cases across industries are honestly endless, and the impact is super real. So the ability to leverage Azure AI to build their own intelligent apps and experiences has allowed a lot of these companies to become more agile, more efficient, and uniquely differentiated from their competition. And so in some cases, this unlocks a greater ability for them to scale and accelerate their own growth. And so every single one of the use cases and customer videos I shared were all built by Azure AI in Azure AI Studio, which is really amazing. And so hopefully at this point, you're probably asking yourself, like, great, how can I take action on this in my business? Or how can I, go ahead and learn more about AI and build something, right? So first of all, I want to make it clear that your data is your differentiator. So if you have garbage data, generative AI is going to give you garbage answers, right? We call that garbage in, garbage out. So getting AI ready means you've invested time to evaluate and bring up a data estate, and you're making the necessary moves to migrate your data to the cloud for obvious reasons, ideally Azure. But then if you want to get started with AI, the first thing you do is think about where you are in your AI readiness journey. So we published a white paper recently that's called, Building a Foundation for Success, a leader's guide. And that's super, helpful and includes a lot of insights, not only from Microsoft, but from customers, partners, analysts, and other AI leaders inside and outside of Microsoft, and from our own experiences. And so there's 5 categories that form a foundation for building value with AI. And, there's not one model for all organizations, but these are the 5 best practices that seem to be the pillars of AI success. So the things you want to ask yourself before you get started on AI transformation in your organization are things like looking at your business strategy, right? Have you clearly defined and prioritized business objectives and use cases, and how to measure AI value? So in terms of value, for example, how much time or money are you going to save by implementing the use case, right? So for example, like last week, literally Klarna released a new AI chatbot using OpenAI. And so in 1 month, that chatbot handled 2/3 of their customer service chats. It had 2.3 million conversations. It did the work of 700 full-time agents, and it's estimated to drive a $40 million USD profit. And so that's an amazing example of business value. So there's definitely other questions you want to ask yourself along the lines of, technology and data strategy, AI strategy, and the experience on your team, your organization, your culture, and also, look at AI governance and how you would do that in your business. So once you've done all those things and prioritize some use cases, right, you can move to the next step, which is to build something exceptional. So if you have a super impactful use case, our AI Global Black Belt team, which Matthew and I are on, can engage to help you design the architecture and build a rapid prototype. And so we hope you guys will get started with, designing or building any AI app. And we wanted to just thank you for attending today's event. And we put our LinkedIns here in case you want to connect with us. And so this is just the beginning of what the age of AI holds in store for us. And as we continue to pursue, Microsoft's vision to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. We're super excited to chat with you. And if you have any questions, feel free to let us know. But thank you.
Hello again, Simi. Thank you so much, and thanks also to Matt for the demo. So I would say let's jump into a quick Q&A as we got some questions in. First question: how can AI help companies promote more inclusivity and diversity among their employees?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an awesome question. And I'll touch on kind of one area where we've seen it making a huge impact. So there are a lot of, Microsoft is very focused on enabling everyone. And, with AI tools, you can really support a lot of people with disabilities. So maybe someone with vision issues or with hearing issues, or who, has limited function or mobility. AI can help them by reading things to them, by writing out the text when other people are talking, or just making it easier so you don't have to use your hands as much and you can kind of direct the devices or apps that you want to use. So I think that's one way that it inspires diversity and makes it so everyone, regardless of their limitations, can enter the workforce.
That's awesome. Thank you, Simi. Let's move on to the next audience question. One of our viewers wanted to know what kind of opportunities and careers can the AI now boost or even create?
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of different opportunities, right, with AI. I think one that was really popular earlier was prompt engineering, and so people are really interested in that. And we didn't show a prompt flow demo today, but that would have been very interesting as well. In terms of time, I think other new career paths are the ones that Matthew and I are in, right? Being AI specialists and helping others and building AI applications. And so, yeah, there's a lot of different ways to go with that, but those are just some examples.
Thank you. And we got one more audience question. Can AI help people having full home office jobs from all over the world?
Yes, definitely. And, it's been pretty amazing. I mean, Matthew and I, for example, we both work from home. And it's super awesome to leverage AI to connect different teams, right? And different people. And you have the ability to do so much more from home and feel so much more connected to your organization without having to go into the office. And so we just also talked about people with disabilities, for example. They can work from home and leverage AI tools to support them. And I think just actually going back a little bit to career path, I think what I want to mention that Matt actually, he has a background in linguistics. He's a PhD in linguistics. It's Dr. Matthew, right? And he went from linguistics to AI just, from his interest in language science and how that connects with AI as well. So he's another good example of a career path or, a transition. As I saw another question in the chat as well about how, is it too late to get into AI? And it's definitely not too late. Matthew went all the way to his PhD in linguistics, and now is here with us doing AI. So that's pretty awesome as well.
Yes, so bright future ahead with AI. So Simi and Matt, thank you so much for sharing all these insights today with us. Also, thank you for the Q&A. And hopefully you have a nice rest of the day and see you next time on another live day.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you both. Bye. All right. And now that also this live day slowly but surely comes to an end, it's time to announce the winners of our raffle. Drum roll. 2 tickets for the Power of Female Art Festivals goes to Theodora and Stephanie. You both get 2 tickets, so yeah, like a +1 ticket for Sunday of the festival. We will inform you via email. Congratulations. And yeah, now after this live day, don't forget also to check out worldcongress.dev. There you get further information about our upcoming in-person event, the Big World Congress. Many of you already know it, and many of you already attended it. I know that from our regular viewers. This year, it's also in Berlin on July 17th to 19th. So yeah, check out worldcongress.dev, get your tickets. And we hopefully see each other on the next live day on March 20th, when it's all about web dev. Looking forward, take care, and until then, bye.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.